Welcome back to Lulu Tech Design, and I'm your boy Lulu Mark. I welcome you to another brand new project, and in a special way, I am really glad and happy that we are going to do our first architectural design using Archicad. Well, you have heard me right, we are going to use Archicad, and we are starting with the bungalow, 3 bedroom. If you have been keen following us on this platform, you realize all the projects that we have been having on this platform are all from Revit. And someone has been really pushing me so much to do Archicad, and I said today, let me start the first project in Archicad, and it's going to be an amazing project that you love and learn a lot of things from. And trust me, this is going to be one of our best projects, and basically straight to the point. Here is Archicad. This is Archicad 28. It's one of the architectural design softwares next to Revit, SketchUp, and others. But it has its own benefits, its unique features. If you have been on Revit for a very long time, you will realize a lot of similarities and also differences. They have certain things that move together, and a lot of things don't also align, but of course we are going to learn each and everything from scratch. I always prefer to start my projects from scratch so that if any beginner lands on my project, you'll be able to understand something. So this is the interface of Archicad. When you just open it, this is basically what you will see. And if you want to start a new project, you can just see this new project here. This is very large round plus sign inside this circle. You click on it, or you can come to this side, but I'll prefer to always do it from here. You can click here and it will open up this new project here. My template is 20, it's Archicad 28. Even if you have a lower version, they will all do the same work. So from here, you just click on new. I will not really change anything. You click on new, then it will load your project, or it will open for you a new project. Just like that, you wait for it to open, and it will try to bring out a lot of things there, but nevertheless they will disappear. If there's any that has not disappeared, you just close. For example, this one here, this always shows or displays what is new in Archicad. So if you're interested in knowing what is new in the software, this is the interface that will always pop up to show you what is new. So for me, I'm not really interested in knowing what is new. I'm interested in teaching you how to design a house in Archicad. So I'll close this and I'll have this interface. This is basically what we have, the interface of Archicad. If you see up here, it shows you the untitled project that we have just opened, followed by these toolbars, a lot of tools here that you interact with as we keep on going with the project. Then this side you see design, viewpoint, and document. If you open the design, you see all these categories. There's wall, column, all these things that you need as you're designing your house. Then if you open the viewpoint, you see sections, elevations, interior elements, details, worksheet, camera. Then we shall also use a lot of this document because it has the dimensions that we shall need. It has text, it has lines, fill, and so many things that we may need as we design our house. On our right, we have this project map. Then we have the view map. We have a layout book. We have a publisher set, and this project chooser. It's called a project chooser. However, we may not use a lot of these things apart from this project map, because in this project map we shall have our stories, we shall have the sections, elevations, worksheet, detail, 3D, interior elevations. All these we get them from the project map. So for you to set up your project, first of all you come to this project map, then you see your stories. If yours is hidden like this, you just drop down this untitled element. You drop it like that. It will show you the stories, the sections, elevations, and all these things. And then from the stories, you can also drop down and you see these stories that are created by default. However, we want to create our own story, so we shall just right click on any of them, and then you scroll all the way down to this story settings. You click on that, it will open for you something like this. From here you can now set up your stories. You can change these things. Actually, you can change the name, the dimensions. By default, they will always give us the ground floor. Then I want the second floor to just be our roof level. And of course our floor to floor height, I want it to be 3.5 meters. Then we are going to create a foundation. So I'll just click on this ground floor. I'll come to these buttons. You see there's insert above, insert below, delete story. So I'll insert below the ground floor, and we shall name it foundation, just like that. Then I want my foundation to be just 1.5 meters deep down. So basically these are the stories that I want. I'll use. Let me write this level well. You can see the name, the elevation, the height to next. You can see these things here. So from here we can just click OK to start our project. So now when I click OK here, you will see in the project map, you see the foundation is created, the ground floor is there, and our roof level plus this story that comes by default. We don't, if you want to delete it, you can actually delete. When you come to your story, you go to story settings, you come here, you can delete, and it will go. Now you don't have a story there. However, I want this height to be 3.5, not 2.5. Let me see that. So just like that. So this is our story settings. Now I can click OK. I'll delete anyways, and we shall have only the foundation, ground floor, and the roof level. And in Archicad, every time you do something, you come to this arrow. This arrow tool will help you to edit or delete elements. You must first select. For example, if you want to just select anything, you come to this arrow tool. It will enable you to select something without any problem. So now that we have set our stories or our elevations or our floor to floor height, we shall start drawing our walls. Remember, I already created for us a floor plan, but don't worry, we are going to recreate it, but I'll use it as a reference to just enable us to continue doing work with less floor. So our floor is here. This is our floor plan. So I'll use these measurements and also most of the things inside here to enable us to continue doing our work without a lot of stress. So we shall start creating our flow from here. This is let's say 2 point let me first measure. Let me measure here this room from here to here. So it's 5.8 by 4.6. So let's go back to our main project. So I'll draw that room 5.8 by 4.6 by 5.8. So you come to your design. If you want to draw a wall, you come to your design, you pick this wall tool, you just select it like that, or you can right click on it, or you can just double click on it. It will open for you this. Right, it will open for you this. Or if I close, when I click on a wall, then I can come here, I click on it, it will also open this. Understand that you can double click on the wall, it will open for you the wall default settings, or you click on the wall, you come to this part here, it will also open the setting dialog, just like that. It will still take you to the same place where you're going to edit. Now there are few things here you need to understand. Sometimes this might appear like this. Here you can just click this geometry and positioning to drop down this. It will show you the floor to floor height we already set in the story. You can see here it is 3.5. Then this side we're supposed to select now the kind of structure that we want to construct. This first one is the basic composite complex. This first one here is basic. It has complex profile and also composite. Then this second is the generic wall. Then the third one is also basic. It has the complex profile, but we shall go with the first one. It is the generic structure wall. And here you see your wall thickness. The wall thickness is here. You can put it 200. We are going to use 200. Then we have here, there's this wall complexity. This one is a straight wall. Then this second one is a slanting wall. Then this third one is also slanted. It is not a uniform shape for that matter, but we shall go with our straight wall, this one here. And in the floor plan and section, if you drop down this, you are going to see some of the things that you may need to change, especially the graphics bit. A lot to do with the graphics, but for now I will not change anything here. I will just come to the model. Now in the model, let me close the floor plan section. In the model, you are going to select material or override the surfaces. So now if I click on this, it will make this active. If I click on this, it will show this active. If I click on this, it will show this active. However, these ones are the structure of the wall that we want to create. This first one is the outer side face of our wall, the middle edge, and then inside edge is here. So now we can just click on one. I'll click on one, then I can choose the color I want. So for now, let's say just white. Let's just choose white. Now if you click on this link surface, it will change all their colors to the same color you have selected. If you click on it again, it will unlink, and you can have different colors for different surfaces. But I want the same color for all the surfaces, so I'll just link them so that they have the same. Now from here, I'll basically say, okay, I don't want to do a lot of settings. I'll just click OK. Now we are ready to start drawing our wall. Now I can just click from one point. It will take me to the other point. I can click. If you want to stop, that is it. So you realize your cursor is a bit active. It is still available for drawing another thing. However, if you want to stop this, you just come to this arrow point or the arrow tool, which is on our left. You click on it so that you are free to start doing another thing altogether. Now I want to select this wall. I don't want my wall to have an outside face. I want all my walls to be on the center. I want the center to be in the middle, because if you don't do that, in the long run it will affect you in your project. Now I have this wall and I need one more wall to be vertical, so I'll just come to wall again. This time I'm not going to set the wall. We have these ways of creating a wall. There's this one here that will only create for you one straight line like this, and it stops. Then there's this one. This is for creating a circular wall or curved wall. Then there's this one for trapezoid. Then there's this one. All these different options, you can try and use them to create different kinds of walls. But we are interested in our project and we are going to stick with what we want to achieve. So I'll come to wall. I'll just create another wall. If you want to draw, for example, if you are drawing something, let's choose that one. If you are drawing something and you realize it is not going in a straight line, you can use your shift to bring it back to line so that you can draw a straight wall. You see here, it will not even go inside, it will follow that straight line. That's how you can draw a straight line. However, we also have these dotted lines that will show to you that your line is losing focus or losing direction. So just like that, we have drawn our two walls. Now, if you want to remove this exercise, there are two ways. You can highlight all these ones, then you come to this intersect. It is supposed to connect two selected elements at their endpoints, nearest point. So if I click this, it will link these ones. However, I want to go back. For you to go back, you just Control Z. I'm going to change this one to center, just like that. Another way to remove this excess path, you just hold your Control key and you click on it. It will cut off that part. I click on Control and click on that. It will cut off that part. So we still come to the same result, just like that. Now we can now do our measurements. You remember we wanted 5.8 by 4.6. So this side is going to be 4.6. So if you want to duplicate, this time we're just going to create similar walls by dragging copies of these walls. So in the longer way or the longer procedure, you can select one wall, you right click on it, you come to this move, then there are these options. There's drag, rotate, mirror, elevate. You can drag a copy, you can rotate a copy, mirror a copy, drag multiple copies, rotate multiple copies. However, you can also see the shortcuts here. To drag is Ctrl D, then to rotate is Ctrl R, to mirror is Ctrl M, to elevate is Ctrl 9. Then for copies, you Control plus Shift and you select those last commands. Now I'll use a lot of shortcuts because it makes work much easier. Now that I've shown you that anytime you are not sure of the shortcut, you just right click, you come to move, you get all the uh, commands that you want to achieve. So now we're going to drag a copy of this wall. So I'll just select my Control, Shift and D to drag a copy like that. You want this copy to be 4.6 meters, just like that. You realize here it will give us 4.4 because 200 millimeters has gone to the thickness of the wall. We shall just click here and change that to 4.6 like that, just like that. Then we are going to drag this 5.8. So I'll just Control Shift D to drag a copy. Then I'll write my measurement 5.8, just like that. Then you realize here it is not 5.8, and this wall is not stripped. I'll delete it. Control Shift D. Then you make sure you move along that dotted line. Or if you want to make sure the wall stands on its own for you to write the dimension, you can Shift Alt, you just shift and then you click on the tab key to take you to the measurement point where you can write without disturbing the wall. So this will be 5.8, like that. Then here I can now change this to 5.8, just like that. Now if I want to remove these excess walls, you remember I can simply highlight all of them. I come to this, it will remove others and these ones will remain. And then the other procedure I remember is to hold on Control and you click, it will chop off that part. But I don't want to do that for now because I am still continuing to draw. So let's see our next room. Our next room, this one has been created. Our next room is supposed to be this washroom plus the toilet. So it's 1.2, 1.1 by 1.2. This one is 1.1, that one is 1.2. In total, that's 2.3. Then the length, is it the length of the width? That's 1.8. So we shall do that. So from here, I'll drag a copy of this wall, 1.1, just like that. I'll make sure it is 1.1. You click on this, you make it 1.1. Then I'll drag another copy, Control Shift D, like this. I need to bring this one. I can just link these ones. I'll hold. If you want to select multiple elements, you can click on one, you hold Shift to click on the next, then you come to your intersect to intersect them like that. Then I can also click on this. If I want to take it to that, I'll click on it. I'll come to this adjust element. When you click on it and you click on the point where you want to take it, it will just go to that point. Now if I click on this, I can now change this measurement to 1.2, just like that. Now this one here, I can click on Control and delete it, just like that. So now we continue measuring. The next is this one, which is 3.1. So the next wall is 3.1. I'll drag a copy of this one by Control Shift D. Then my measurement will be 3.1, just like that. Now I'll have to take this wall to that. I can just click on this, I hold on Shift, I click on that, then I come to this intersect, it will go to that. Then I can click on this, and then I will come to this adjust, I click on that, it will go to that. When I click on this, I should be able to adjust this distance to 3.1, just like that. However, that's not the right way because it has reduced this side. So instead we need to click on that one, that last wall, we change it to 3.1, just like that, and this with the Shift, then intersect. Then this, you can also drag it by there. You can just hold on that black dot you see this one here, this one is to stretch it, so you can stretch it all the way, just like that. So this is how you can draw your walls. And then the next is another room here, this side. However, this room, this side is not supposed to be that large. Now I'm going to delete these parts in the middle. So to delete these ones, you remember I said if you hold on Control, you can delete things like that. So I've deleted those ones. Now this one is supposed to be, let's see, supposed to be 3.2. So this is supposed to be, you click on that, you can click on the measurement, you write 3.2, just like that. Then I'm also going to drag a copy of this 3.2, Control Shift D, and then this side 3.2, just like that. You make sure it is 3.2 by changing this distance in the middle, 3.2, just like that. Now we have this bedroom, which is the master, the washroom. This the common washrooms for those two rooms. This is the first bedroom. This is another bedroom. Now I want to finish this side by dragging a copy of this wall. You Control Shift D, you bring it. That should be 1.8, just like that. However, it is 1.6, so you change it to 1.8. Remember I said that 200 always goes to the thickness of the wall. That's why it keeps giving us measurements less by 200. Now we're going to delete this by clicking on Control, you delete that, Control, you delete this, you leave this side, just like that. And then this one in the middle, also Control delete, just like that. Now we have this part sorted. This is the master bedroom. This is the common washroom plus the bath. And then this side is the first bedroom and the second bedroom. They'll all use these common washrooms outside here. Now we are now going to the interior side. I want to delete this one by holding on Control, and that gone. So let's see what we have. Let's see what we have. Then at this side again we have this laundry. This laundry is 1.6, 1.6 by 3.1. Let's get it done. So here we shall offset this wall by dragging a copy using the Control Shift D, drag like that. Then we are offsetting it, I think 1.6, but I want to give it 1.5, like that. And then you come and click on this measurement, you make sure it is 1.5, just like that. And then the kitchen, next is this space here, which is 1.5. Still it is a lot, so I'll give here, let's say 1.3, so that I have the kitchen. Let me see how big the kitchen is. Let me measure with my dimension tool. You're going to learn how to use the dimension tool along the way. So the kitchen is 3.9, so let's go there. We're going to offset this wall with our Control Shift D. It has to be 1.3. That's where we're going to have an escape door. So I'll just make it 1.3 like that. Then the kitchen, we shall also set another wall this side. Control Shift D. For the kitchen, it's 3.9, 3.9, just like that. So we need to link these ones up. I'll click on this and then hold Shift, click on that. I come to intersect to connect it. Then this one I'll click on it. Then I'll come to this adjust. I'll click on that to take it there. And then when I click on this, I can make this 3.9 the way it is supposed to be. So I'll click on this. I'll hold Shift, click on that. I'll intersect like that. Then I click on that, I'll come to adjust, I'll click on this point. However, these ones are not connected. I'll hold all of them, and then I can come to intersect. They will intersect and they will perfectly align to each other. So we have created almost the entire side from that to this. Now we are just left with this side. The dining up to the living room is really an open space, but we of course we need to know the measurements. So let me first measure this part to this part. That's 7.2. That's 7.2. Let me first achieve that. So we come to this. We shall from here we shall offset 7.2. So I'll go to Control Shift D. We drag a copy, and then we do 7.2, just like that. I am sure it is not 7.2, but it's okay. So we shall delete this one here by holding Control, delete that. Then when you click on this, you can now change this measurement to 7.2, just like that. Then I want to delete this one off as well. I'll click on this, I'll select this, then I can click on intersect to link them together, just like that. Now we have this part. So this is the kitchen, then it has some dining here, then this side we have the living room. So I can have let's see here, I can have this little there's this part that is extruded outside. I may choose to have it there so that I can have much space for the living room. So let's try and achieve that. So I can have this one here. I'll just let us even see. If you want to do your measurements, you can come to this measure tool. The shortcut is M. Click on it. You can measure from one point to another, just like that. I'm seeing this is 1.3. So I can just click on this wall. Oh, yeah. Let me just click on that. Control Shift D. Move it by 1.3, just like that. However, I don't want this part to be here. I can drag it a little bit out. So I can change this measurement. Let's say we want it to be at 2.5. This still looks small, maybe 3 meters. Let's do 3.5. Want a lot of balcony, not really balcony, but a veranda. So this I'll click on this or select this, then I'll select that one by holding shift. I'll come to intersect and intersect them like that. So now we can draw a small wall to connect this. I can use this to connect that. I'll just Control Shift D to drag a copy. I'll bring it here, just like that. I can select it. I select this, come to intersect. They'll intersect. Now I can Control Delete, Control Delete, just like that. I will have achieved what I want to achieve here. You see that? We have all our rooms created. This is an open space. It has the living room, it has the dining, and of course the kitchen is here. And then there's this room or this part here. We can actually delete this one here, just like that, because it is going to be an escape route. It will have a door leading us outside. This is the laundry. This is the first bedroom, which will likely be for the maid. Then this side will be the kid bedroom. Then this is the master bedroom. Now we need to, this kitchen I'm going to leave it open. I'll just delete this wall, just select it and delete. I just want this kitchen to be open. I'll have the kitchen layout from here all the way to maybe this side. Now I'll need to create I'll need to extend this wall a little bit so that I have some privacy for these rooms. Or I can extend this one here. I can extend this wall just like that. Or if I want it to align perfectly with this one, I can select it. I come to this adjust. I'll click on this. It will perfectly align with that. Now if anyone wants to access this area, they will have to come like this, and they will not, if even if people are eating here, you will not see directly from here. So something like this for our floor plan. Now we need to do measurements. You are now going to understand how you can measure the things. So we shall close this design. Then the next item we're going to open is the document. So from document, we shall use this dimension tool. You click on it. Now you can start measuring. If you want to do a perfect measurement, you have to really zoom in so that you can select the part exactly there. You see that point? I'll select there, I'll come to this point, I'll zoom, then I'll select this part. Now after selecting, you can just double click inside or outside. You click again, it will give you your measurement, just like that. I zoom in, I click at the intersection point, then I come this side, I also click here, just like that. Then I double click inside, then I can click again. It will give me my measurement. So we shall do this for all the rooms. So you click here, then you click here, then you double click, you leave. You click here, you click here, then you double click, then you click again, you can leave. So this, I click here, I double click, I click one more time, I leave. You click here, you click here, you double click, you click again, you leave. Click here, you make sure you click at the right point, click there, click like that. Otherwise, if you click the wrong parts, you will not get a perfect measurement. Remember, you can see that all these measurements are the ones that we gave. So that means our measurements are right. Just like that. Click here, you click there. Now that one is giving us two different dimensions. So I'll delete it has also, if I want to remove this, I can bring this inside. It will remove that excess. I'll only have this one for the interior side of the wall of the room. I'll come to my dimension again. I'll measure this. I'll measure that, this, like that. I'll measure this. I'll measure this. Double click, click again to have that. Then I can measure this. I can measure that. I double click, click again to have that. Then I'll measure that. No, you see now when you don't zoom in properly, you have that. So I want to cancel. Click dimension. Come to the angle there. That angle you double click. You click again to have that. Then on this side you click there all the way this side. I'll click here just like that. I'll double click. then I'll click again to leave that measurement. So we can also measure this part. You click here, you can click here, can double click, maybe outside, you click there. Now you'll want to have a perfect measurement for this thing. Let's try and measure this here, this one, to this one, double click, click again. So now you can see this one is ending with 2, then this one is ending with 8. It's not ideal to have such kind of measurement, because when you are going to construct, it will be very hard to get this kind of measurement. So we shall need to change that by just simply changing the dimensions. So we can just say here this can be, let's say 5.8, since it is close to 5.8. So just like that, it will give us here 5.8, and then here it will give 3.1. Those are perfect measurements. So we can just click on this. You hold on shift, you click on that, you intersect them. You click on this, you hold shift, you click on that, you intersect them. So we have got our measurements. Maybe we're just left with this part here. You can come to your documents, you go to dimensions, you measure this part, you double click, you click again to have that measurement done. Then this corridor, I think I don't need to measure it really. So now we have this floor plan. Then of course we need to do what we call furnishing of the rooms. That is placing components or also measurement. But I think for our purpose, I want to first label these rooms before we can start placing components, because when we start placing components now, it will take a little more time. That one needs a special session so that we really go slowly and understand how we place components. Now here, if you want to label your rooms, we already in the document, it is still here in the documents, you can see that we have this text tool. So you can just click on the text tool, you double click anywhere, you start writing. So this is going to be our master bedroom. So after finishing, if you want to leave and do something else, you come to this arrow tool, you click on it, it will give you a measurement and it will leave it there. Now if you want to move something, you click on it, you can, as you can right click, then you go to move and you see the options. However, if you know the shortcut for movement, you just Control D, that means drag. So you can just drag it anywhere you want, like that. Then for this text, if you want to change the font, if you want to change the font size, the font type, and any other thing, maybe even color, you can click on it, you select Control T. When you do Control T, it will open this text selection setting, or you can right click on it, you come to this first option which says text selection settings. It is still the same thing. Now here you can change the font to any kind of font you want, any font in your computer. For me, I can decide to go with Poppins, which is one of my favorite fonts. Then the color here, you can change it to whatever color you want. These people have like pink, I don't know what kind of color is that, but I think I can go with black. Then the font size is here, so I can change this font size to 2 millimeters. Then there's the model size, paper size, all these things you can adjust them from here. So I can click OK. You see, that's what we get. Now it is in black. I can just now duplicate this by, remember, Control Shift D, that means drag a copy. So we shall do that, Control Shift D to drag a copy to the next room. So I can just bring it here. If I want to rename it, I'll just double click on it. I can just change it to whatever thing I want. This is living room, just like that. So I come to arrow to make it active. I can also keep dragging, Control Shift D, drag a copy, bring it somewhere here, double click there. I'll say this is dining space, dining area. I click on the arrow to continue. I'll Control Shift D to drag another copy, bring it here, double click. This is going to be my kitchen, just like that. Then I click on this arrow, then I Control Shift D to drag a copy. This let me just bring it to this laundry. We double click to rename it. So this is laundry, just like that. I'll click on the arrow, then I'll drag a copy with Control Shift D. I'll bring it this side, double click. I'll say this is a bedroom. Can even say maids, but let it just be bedroom. I'll just duplicate this by Control Shift D. This time we shall not rename it because this is also a bedroom. I'll Control Shift D. I'll bring this one here. This is going to be our. This is going to be the showers. Let's say water closet. Just do WC, then arrow. That's water closet. Can be also the washroom or the toilet. I'll duplicate this by Control Shift D, bring it here. So one of them will be for showers, then another one will be for the toilet. So this other part, I'll Control Shift D, bring it here, then I double click. This is corridor, just like that. So now we have labeled our rooms. You can do a lot of alignments here. If you want to align things, you see this document, there's this line tool. This line tool can help you to align things in a proper way in your room. For example, if I click on this line tool, I draw a straight line. Let's say the center of this, let me assume it is 2.5 is that is 5, and then 2.54, 2.580, 2.540, around there should be the center. If I draw a line here, just like this, then I want all these things to align. This line can help, it can guide me to align. I'll just click this. You see this dot here, this dot is the center of this label. So if I click on this center and I bring it to this line, it will sit there perfectly. Then I can do that to this. Then I'll look for that dot line. I can also drag it. I just put it on that line like that. Then I can do the same for this. I can just hold on that dot line. I bring it here. You see how these ones are perfectly aligned. So that's how you can align your things, your components, elements, so that your room can look organized. So yeah, along the way we shall use a lot of this line tool to do a lot of design, because in Archicad we use line tools for almost everything. We shall keep introducing it along the way. You'll understand how this works. So now we need to create a washroom for the master bedroom. Let me see the measurements. This is 2.6, then this side is 1.2, then 1.8. So we shall measure here 2.6. So this one we shall offset it 2.6, Control Shift D. We bring it this side, we set 2.6. Then you make sure it is 2.6. That's like that. And then this other one is 1.8, of course. I can just, after selecting it, you come to your adjust. I want it to come to this wall, just like that. Then this one here, I'll push it a little bit behind because we're going to create our walk-in closet here. So I'll use it to create the walk-in closet. Let me see the measurement. The measurement is 1.2. 1.2. So we shall, I think, offset. Let me just offset this one 1.2. Control Shift D to drag a copy, and it will be 1.2, just like that. So here you make sure it is 1.2, 1.2, just like that. Then of course you select this, you select that with the shift, you intersect them. You can delete this, just like that. Let me first undo, then I can this one here, I can just come to this intersect, I bring it back to this part, just like that. When I click on that, I'll see is 1.2, and this side is 1.2. I have the door here, then the walk-in closet here, the washroom, things like that. Let me see, I don't know, 1.2. Let me first do my measurement here. Yeah, I think we are not far away from our dimension. So let's go back to our project. So now we have created all the rooms that we want to create for our project. Let me arrange this. I'll come to the line. I'll draw a line here, just like this. I'll draw another line here, just like this. Then this one, I want to align it. I want to bring it to the line, like that. Then this one, I want to bring it to the line, just like that. Then this one, I'll also take it there. Then the master bedroom label, let's look for the center mark. I think the center is hidden. It should be around this B here, like there. I hope so. Anyways, that is it. But now, after designing your room or after creating your floor like this, you can come to this. You see this 3D stroke all. When you click on it, you'll be able to see what you have done. See here. Now we have designed our house and it is looking as if it is in air. So if we select all this like this, then we go to our story setting. In fact, let me just go to the wall setting by clicking Ctrl T. Then you come to the geometry and you see where the wall is. You see now, you see the home story. The home story is actually the roof level. That means we created our entire house at the roof level. So you just come here and you change this to the ground floor. Just like that, you say okay. Now your house will sit perfectly on the ground. So if you by mistake do something like that, you don't have to worry. You just go to this wall setting If you don't know the shortcut, which is Ctrl T, you select this, you right click on it, you come to this wall setting, or you can still select all of them, you come to this part, it will still open the dialog setting. Then you change the home story to the story that is supposed to be for your project. Then here you make sure it is not linked. You can just leave it not linked so that you have this active. Otherwise, if I click here roof level, it will make our wall height fixed. You can't edit it. However, there are walls that you may want to have a shorter height than what you have specified in your home story or in your story settings. So it's better you leave this one not linked so that you have all the privileges and the powers to change a lot in this measurement here. So these are some of the things that I wanted to show to you, and let's go back to our, you see now here in the roof level we have things scattered. You can only see the measurements and the labels. You can't see the walls because the walls have now gone to the ground floor. Now if you are seeing this, you just come to your project map, then you go to your stories, you double click on the ground floor, it will bring for you your floors like this. However, you realize our measurements and our labels have remained in the roof level. So you go to your roof level, you select all of them just like that. And then you can scroll. You can either scroll, or I can still right click dimension setting. Let's see what we have here. Let's see the story. Now here I can't see where we can take it back to our home or our ground story. So I can just simply, what I'll do, I'll select all of them, I'll right click, then I can cut, I'll come to the ground floor, I'll paste, here, keep current view, center of the current view, original location. So let's paste and see what we have. Now we have that, so we can let me Control Z. I'll cut using the Control Control X. I'll come to the ground floor. I'll Control V to paste it. Then I'll just do that. So now we have this, but let me go to roof. Our measurements are no more. So that is the challenge of drawing your wall or drawing your whole project in a wrong elevation. See, by the fact that we just do it in the roof plan, it has disorganized everything. However, we managed to secure our labels, but now we don't have the measurements. So it will force us to do our measurements again, but for today, I don't think we're going to do that, because if we start doing the measurements now, it will take us another lots of minutes. So we are about to stop. The next time we come back with this project, we shall do these measurements, then we shall furnish the rooms with place components. We learn how to place components in the rooms, then we shall give it a floor, because right now if you come to the 3D, our house is just really a box without doors, without windows, there's no floor, there's no roof. So basically today was setting up our project, understanding the interface, then creating walls, how to set stories, then how to understand to move walls, to drag walls. The next time we shall learn how to do mirror, to mirror copy. Then we shall learn how to rotate, because when we are placing components, we shall do a lot of rotation. We'll learn how to rotate, we'll learn how to mirror, and you'll learn how to drag multiple copies. All these we shall achieve them in this project. So please make sure you don't move away and subscribe. Make sure you subscribe, because if you don't subscribe, you miss the next part of this project, which is very important for you. So for now, let's stop here. I see you again in the next part of this project. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Lulua Tech Designs, and I'm your boy Lulua Mark. We are back with our Archicad project. This is a 3-bedroom house. We are doing a bungalow, and this is where we left the project. We basically did the floor plan, and we labeled the rooms, but of course we have not furnished the rooms, and basically that is what we are supposed to start up the day with. So straight to the point. However, if you want to see your work in 3D in architecture, in Archicad, you see this 3D here. There's a 3D stroke all. So you basically you click here, you'll be able to see your house in a 3D. I believe I showed you this one last time when we were here. So let's get back to work. I always love to have my measurements clear so that I can do my work. However, we are going to start furnishing our rooms and ensure that they are functional. So to do that, I'll just close this. Remember, these are the tools that we use mostly. So we're going to open our design tool, and we're going to start using our objects. Now the first, before we even do the objects, I think it is very important for us to have a floor or a slab for our room or our house. So let's first achieve that before we can furnish our rooms by placing objects. Now to achieve that, I'll go to my documents and I'll use line tool. In Archicad, line tool is one of the biggest, or it's the most important tool that you'll need. So I'll create line from here, and I'll bring it here. I'll bring another line from here. I'll bring it all the way out, and then I'll have a line from here, take it all the way here, and then I'll have another line from here, then I'll take it all the way here. Now we have these 4 lines. We need to select all of them. You use your shift key to select one at a time. Use shift to select that, shift, select that, shift, select that. Now to delete the long or the excess parts, we shall use the control to delete that, use the control to delete that, use control to delete that, use control to delete that. Now we have the lines only in the interior sides of the house, and here we are going to use the slab tool to achieve our slab target. Now you can close your document, you come to your design, then you select the slab. After selecting the slab, you can first of all you can come here. This is the setting dialog. When you click on it, it will pop up this, but I really don't want to achieve this from here. So you can first of all, let's place the slab, then we shall edit and give it the thickness, the materials later. So if you want to now put your slab here, you just click on the space bar on your keyboard. You will see the cursor turning to something that is going to paint. It looks like something that is going to paint. So with the space bar on the keyboard, you just click. It will be able to create the slab in the space that has been allocated by these lines. Now when we go to this arrow tool, then we come to our 3D, you should be able to see the slab here. You see that? You see we have created a slab here. However, we have not given this slab any settings. So we shall go to the settings of this slab. Just from the 3D, we can now do it from here. You can select on it, you can right click, then you come to slab settings, and of course the shortcut is Control T. So when you click on this, you'll be able to see all sorts of things that can allow you to change dimensions, materials, and the form of the slab you have. Now we shall leave this one. We come to this. We don't want this, but we shall select this first one, and it will be able to give us this thickness that we can now control. So I'll give my thickness 200 millimeters, just like that. Then of course the material, we can change it from here. You in this model, if your things are closed like this, first of all you come to the geometry and position to change the thickness, and make sure you select this one so that it allows you to change the thickness of the slab. Then you can close that. In the floor plan and section, really there's nothing much to change here apart from these colors. It will give you these green outer or stroke lines that you can decide to change. If you don't like them, I will just ignore this and I'll close that. Then when we come to the model, in the model you can change or override the surface. Now we have the top surface, we have the edge surface, and we have of course the bottom surface. For you to change this, I believe you saw it when we were doing the wall. You just have to click on these icons and to make them active. When you click them like this, these parts will become active, and when you click on any of them, you can now search for the material you want. For example, for our slab, I guess we shall do tile, just like that. We shall have all these kinds of tiles that you can choose for your project. Now let me just choose randomly. Maybe I'll choose this, but of course I want all these tiles to be the first one that I've chosen. Now to do that, you just of course click on this link surface, which we also saw when we were doing the wall. So I'll link all the surfaces so that I have this tile running all around. So I don't really want to change much. The rest are okay. So I'll just click OK, and we shall have this tile you see here. This is now our tile for our ground floor or our ground slab. So when you come to here in the ground floor, you'll be able to now select your slab just like that. You see the slab is there. Now if you want to, first of all, we're going to do some changes here. The slab that is, I think, for this case, for now, we shall not change anything on this slab. But I was thinking of creating or pushing this slab a little bit outside, but we shall do that when we are creating another slab that will act as as a step when we are going to the house, or when we are entering into the house. That will come much later, but for now let us furnish our rooms, because now at least we have a floor where these items are going to sit. Now you can get your objects from the design. You open the design or you drop it down. Now you come to object. From object you just double click. It will give you this kind of preview where you can search for objects. The first object we are going to search for is, let's say, chair. Let's look for that chair. We shall be able to see different sorts of chair here. You see these ones. We even have the dining. Since we have got the dining, I think let us just pick it. You click on it, then it shows you here how many seats you can have. If I uncheck this, it will remove one chair. If I check it back, it will have those chairs. If I remove this, it will remove off these chairs. If you have this, it will bring them back. Then there's also a wheelchair that you can have specifically for maybe someone who is not fit, or someone who is physically not fit to sit on this kind of chair. I believe this is a great provision to accommodate all sorts of people in your house. So from here, you can see the layout. Then when you continue here, you'll be able to see the dimensions. You can change the dimensions here. For example, if you want this sitting to be more than 1.6, you can change it from here. I'll leave it at that. Then when you come to this part here, it is showing the table and the chairs. You can also control a lot of things here by just changing these dimensions. Then this side is for representation. It basically shows the colors that are going to appear on your floor plan. So I don't also want to change a lot here. Basically, that is a walk through all the settings that we need. Then of course from the model here, I don't see anything really much to change, but here if you want to change, you can decide to change. Let's say we are going with wood, which is already wood, so maybe you can basically change the type of wood if you wish to. I'll do that. But if you want your table to be metallic, you can also change from here. So basically that is how you can change things around the table and the chairs that you are going to place in the dining. So we can click OK. We come to the dining, which is here. We can just click there. We shall have our table and the chair here. Now if you want to move this, after selecting on it, you always make sure you are on this arrow tool. After selecting on it, you can just click on Control D. Control D means to move. You just have to drag. It means actual drag, but of course drag, it can also mean to move. So basically you can move things like this. See that? You can move things like that in Archicad. If you don't know the shortcut, which is Control D, you click on it, you right click, you come to move, then you come to drag, which is still Control D. So you can see the shortcuts there. Now we are going back to our object. We want to place another object. So I'll double click on object. We are still looking for chairs, and this time we want the couch. We want the couch that is going to help us in the sitting room or the lounge. I'm not seeing a couch that I want to use. Sofa, we're seeing sofa chairs here. Let me specifically look for sofa chair. Maybe they'll be able to show for us that. Let me look for sofa, just like that. Now they are showing for us some sofa chairs here that I think we can use. I'm going to go with this one here that is already having its layout. Of course, we can also control this in the sofa layout setting. Here you can see we have this, and for me, I don't want these other ones. I just want to have 3 of them. So I'll just click on this, and it will remove these 2. So we shall just go with this, and this material here I don't think is what we want to have. The material I believe is textile. Let's just go with this. I don't know. Then I'll just click OK. Then I'll come and place it here, just like that. So now we can align these things very well. Before aligning, let me first bring my kitchen. In fact, let me move this label by Control D to drag it. I'll just move it and make it sit on this table, just like that. So make sure you save your work before you lose it. You should always save your work before you lose it. Now let's look for a way to have our kitchen. I'll come to object again. This time I am looking for kitchen. Just like that, we have this kitchen layout. Let me click there, and this kitchen layout, you can control it from here. See this? There's U shape, then there's L shape. When you click here, you'll be able to see all the shapes that you can use for your project. U shape, L shape, there's U shape, there's galley, there's island. You can also customize here. Let's try this U shape and see what they will give us. Then when you come to this, I guess I'll just turn off this model here. Then there's this floor plan, which I believe we really don't need a lot here. Everything we need mostly is in this slide. Let's say we can control the number of things that we want to have in our kitchen. For example, we have one cooktops, which is here. You can control the numbers here. Then we have a refrigerator, which is also one, and the height is here. If you take this out, or if you uncheck it, it will remove it from the list of the things that you have in your kitchen. We have the sink, which is this size, and it is having the height. This is for the refrigerator. Then we have dishwashers, one, washers, one, ovens, one. So if you want to have so many of them, you can also increase the numbers from here. So this can help you to customize the kind of kitchen you want to have for your house. Then when you come to the representation, of course this one is basically showing the colors that Archicad will give you as you place your components. So there's some samples here, basically 2Ds. So I think there's nothing much we're going to change here. For now, let's go with the U shape. Let me click that and I click here. And what it is giving me is this, which I think is not ideal for my design. So I'll just control T. When I control T, it will take me to the settings. It will take me to the kitchen layout settings. So I can click on that and then I come and control this. So from the U shape, let me try L shape and click OK. Now I have this L shape, which I still feel is not the way I want it to be, because I want this kitchen to be here. So I'll try and delete it and see what I can get. Let me delete that. Then I'm going to use line tool to achieve what I want. So I'll come to my document, I click on the line tool, then I want something from here like that. I want something from here like that. I want something from here like that. However, I need to do my measurements though. Then I want something from here like that, then something from here like that, something from here going there, something from here, just like that. That's how I want my kitchen alignment to be. So I can delete this by holding Control. I delete that by holding Control. I delete this by holding Control. I delete that by holding Control. So I want my kitchen to be inside here. So this one, I think I can remove it. I guess there's also another small line here which I can remove. So I want my kitchen to just sit inside here. Then let's see how we can achieve that. Let me come to my design. I go to Object, then the kitchen. So let me go back to the layout here. Then I want custom. I want to customize this and see if I can get what I want. So the dimensions are here. This is the wall cabinet. Then this is the counter. This is the counter thickness. The segments are here. Counters 2, segments 4. Let's first go with this and click here and see what we get. So now we have this. If I try to rotate this, if you want to rotate something, you can Control R, or you can right click, you come to move, then you come to rotate. Of course, when you rotate, it is just rotating the item. If you want to rotate a copy, you come to Control Shift R. So we shall just Control R, then you click on one point, you draw a line like this, then you start rotating. That is how they rotate in Archicad. Now, if you want to move this, you know exactly what to do. Control D to drag it here, make it fit here, just like this. Now it is here, but it is extending so much inside, and I wanted this side to be this, to sit on this other side. So let's try and achieve that. I'll try and rotate it again and see what we shall get. Let me first delete this. The kitchen layout can be so much challenging, but of course you need to fight your way out. So there's this galley. Let's see what they will have for us. So I think now I'll go with this. I'll go with this because I think it is going to fit in my plan. We shall rotate it with the Control R. I'll click on one point, I draw a line, then I start rotating it. I'll rotate it at 180 degrees. Then I'll Control D to drag it inside, just like this. I'll drag it and make sure it fits here, just like that. Now at least this one has fit well, but of course it has extended outside. I'll delete these lines, but we shall be able to bring it back inside, as you will see. Let me delete off these lines, they didn't help us at all. So having the kitchen layout is a little bit of work. Now you see these red marks. These red marks can actually be moved. You can move them. For example, if I click on one like this, I can just drag it all the way and drag it here. You see that? And then I can drag this, drag it like that, make it all the way here. And then I can just drag this one just like that. So Archicad gives you a lot of powers to do these things the way you want, but of course now you need to know what you are doing. So I'll just drag these like that. I make sure I bring them to fit inside this space we have. This one has to come like that. This one has to come. This one has to come like this. And then this one we shall also drag it a little bit inside. I don't know what it is. Then these ones are really sitting far away from the kitchen itself. So I can bring them here. I guess we shall go and remove some of these items because they are not fitting in our kitchen. You see, now I've tried to drag them inside, but still they are not fitting in our space. The space is still not enough. I don't know if we can drag these ones again. I guess this is the end point for us. This seems to be the end point for this one. If you want to escape, you can always escape using the escape key on the keyboard. Now this one is flexing that side. Let's try and achieve something here by dragging, just like that. Let me first drag this here, and then this one. I hope we have not distorted everything we have. So you bring this one here, try to fit it in our space like that. So now we are going to, I think we shall have to remove some things. When you come here and click Ctrl T, it will give you this option. Of course, when you come here, you can be able to remove some things. For example, we have these washers and washers, which I believe is the same thing. We can remove one and see. To remove that excess part now, everything has fit in our kitchen space. Let's go to the 3D and see what we have. Now you see, this is what we have. The kitchen has this, there's this serving point, and then let's, yeah, deselect all. So basically, this is our kitchen. It's here. It has these things for washing. The dishes, they are here. This is where you're going to cook. This is the fridge and all this stuff. The storage and everything is here. And this is where the food will be served from. So basically, this is what we want to have. And now I feel they are connected with the kitchen. The kitchen and the dining are a little bit closer to each other, which I believe is okay. And then for the living room, we want to have something. We want to, of course, we need to have TVs here, which we don't have yet. I think we're going to do a lot from this side of the house. For now, I'll just place the TV here. We shall be able to change it later. So we go back to our design, then we click on object. We are looking for TV. This is not the only kitchen layout you can get. There are also these ones. You can pick them manually. You place them one by one. There's this dishwasher, there's this cooktop, there's this hood, then the range electric. All these ones you can place them manually instead of having the interlinked layout. So let's look for our TV. I always find it challenging to get a TV in Archicad. This is the coffee table TV. Let me look for stand. I don't know what they will give us. These are a little bit different things. Let me look for television. I don't know if they have entertainment. Entertainment, not there. Television, not found. TV, I'm only seeing this flat TV here. Let me select in the library. So health and recreation, when we open it, we shall be able to see these things here. These are some recreational things, very few in number. Can I see office equipment, real furniture, tables? Now we have some nice tables here. But I think we don't need a table. We need a TV stand and electronics. Let me look for electronics, decoration, furniture layouts, couches and sofas. Since now we have got the bed, I think we shall just go with this bed first before going to look for other things. That is the hassle when you're looking for components. So we have clicked on the bed and it's ready, and that is a master bed actually. As you can see, it is big. So the bed is here. We shall rotate it. As I told you, you rotate with the Control R. Then you can draw one line like this. Then you start rotating. Now for us to move it, Control D to drag it. You just pick it and take it where you want it to be. Just like that, we have placed our master bed. And going back to the object, I hope we shall be now able to find the remaining beds before we can even go to other things. Now just click on bed. We have these other beds. We shall go with this one, which is for those smaller rooms. We shall just click OK. I'll start placing them, then placing them. Now this, you just use the drag, Control D, to bring it inside, just like that. You also use Control D to bring this one inside, just like this. We shall be able to arrange them properly later, because we first of all need the windows and the doors so that we know where exactly they have to face. So we are going back to the object. At least now I've placed the beds and these other things. So there's let's look for storage. Let's look for storage. It's a hassle to look for these components in Archicad, but they have everything. Just a matter of you searching for exactly what you want. Let's look for storage. Like that, we have a book safe, we have a chest of drawers, we have this, we have cupboard, and then lockers. I guess we shall go with this office cabinet, under desk drawer, there's wardrobe. Finally we have got the wardrobe here, so I'll click OK. Then we place it inside all these rooms. I'll place one here, I'll place one here, I'll place one here. Now we can come and control with the Control D, we can drag it and bring it inside. Bring it inside. Of course, as I told you before, you can use these red marks to drag these things, to expand them or to shrink them. Just like this, I can stretch it all the way to this side. It will enter there perfectly. If I want to drag a copy of this and bring it to the other side, I have two options. First of all, I can mirror a copy. To mirror a copy, you just Control Shift M. Click on Control Shift M. That one will activate the mirror a copy, just like that. You see, now we have this and that through mirroring a copy. But of course, I can also just drag a copy. You just Control Shift D to drag a copy and then you bring it here. However, for me, I think mirroring a copy is better because it mirrors it. It even rotates the angle for you perfectly. So these ones I will just have to rotate them so that we can put them where they need to be. So this one, let me Control D to drag it. I think I need it mostly here. I need it mostly here. Then I'll Control R to rotate it. You click on one point, you draw that line, you can now rotate it just like that. Then at this distance, let me just put it 0 so that it sits on the wall. Then I can now drag. I can increase the size just like that. Can drag it all the way you want. So I'll bring it to the wall by making this distance 0, just like that. I think instead of doing the same for this, I'll delete this. I'll just mirror a copy. I'll Control Shift M to mirror a copy. I'll mirror a copy here, just like that. We shall basically now rotate it with the Control R. You draw a line just like that, then you can rotate it all the way just like this. You Control D to drag it so that you can bring it inside and fit it here just like that. We have this, and we have this for the master himself. So that is for the closet. Back to the object we are looking for now. Let's look for toilet. We have these ones here. I can go with this. I'll just click on that, click OK. I'll come and place it. One, I can place it here just like that. I'll place another one here just like that. Then with my arrow I can select and rotate this. Select, I come to Control R. I'll draw a line from here like that. Then I can just rotate it 90 degrees and make this distance 0 so that it is on the wall just like that. I can also rotate this with the Control R. I draw a line here just like that, then 90 degrees and make this distance 0 just like that. See that? So you make sure you save as always. Don't forget to save, because if you don't save you can easily lose your work anytime. You can lose your work. So that's for the toilet. Then back to object, we're looking for this toilet paper, which is very important. There are so many types here: wall mounted, there's this built-in, there's built-in too, there's commercial. Let's just go with this wall mounting, or maybe this built-in. I think wall mounting. I'll click OK. I'll come here and place one here. I'll come and place another one here. We need to control. First of all, this is not facing the way it is supposed to face. You control R to rotate it. You can draw one line like this, then you rotate it 90 degrees. You make sure this distance is just 0. However, it is going deep inside. I'll control D to drag it. I'll bring it outside and make it sit on the wall, just like that. And then of course here we want to see the offset from the ground. It is sitting at 700. I think I'll make it 600 so that it is not too high for someone to get it. The next one is this. We shall also rotate it with Control R. You can draw one line just like that. You rotate. The direction of the line really doesn't matter. It's just you drawing a line, a perfect line, before you start rotating. We shall Control D to drag it towards the wall, and it has to be closer to the toilet seat so that the person who is using the toilet doesn't have to struggle to get the toilet paper. So this one will make sure it is also 600 here. I'm just scrolling using my mouse, the center of my mouse, so that I can get whatever thing is on the other side. So we are just left with the sowers. Let's come to object. Then we look for sour like this. So I'll pick this sour. I'll put it in I'll put one here. I'll put another one here. So we shall still need to rotate. We shall do a lot of rotation here. Then you just Control R. Then you draw one line just like that. Then you can rotate at 90 degrees just like this. Then this we make it 0 so that it sits on the wall. Then also from this master bedroom we need to rotate with Control R. You draw this line, and then you rotate at 90 degrees. You can use Control D to drag it to a better position, just like that. Okay. Now I guess we are just left with the master washroom, so that we can have some other components. So let's go to object. We are looking at I'm seeing here some sour. I think we can pick one and place it for the other room. I can pick this, click OK. I can put it here so that the person who is going to bathe will stand in this thing. So you can bring it closer to the wall, maybe by 0 here. Then of course we want it to sit just at level 0, that is the ground level. However, it is covering that showers, but never mind, we shall be able to see what's up. So back to object. This time we're looking for bathtub. Say bathtub. Just like that, we have these bathtubs. These ones are for the master washroom. So I'll just pick this. I'll pick this one here. This one comes with the showers actually. So I'll place here and then we'll control it. Can use your drag tool to first of all bring it inside. I see it is sitting perfectly here. So I think we shall just delete this shower, because this one comes with its shower, so there's no need to. Sorry about that. So I'm just using my arrow keys to try to move it to sit perfectly. I want to divide this room into two so that the shower is different from the toilet. So I'll come to the wall tool, I'll create a wall here, just here to separate these rooms. Of course, I'll click on this wall I've just created. I'll change the outside face to center line from here, just like that. Then we can now have this. So this, I can have this one at 1.2 sub. Then this one is also 1.2. So we shall be able to have the jacuzzi this side with showers. Then the toilet is on that side. So we don't want to cause a lot of commotion. If someone is bathing here, the partner can be able to use the toilet without any hassle. I guess that is a good idea. Of course, we have not placed doors here, but we shall be able to create the doors much later. I guess that will even take us to the point of creating doors, since we have already placed, I think, all the components except for the laundry. For the laundry, when you come to object, you can just look for washing machine. There's this washer here. There's this dishwasher, washing machine. Let's first write machine. No, it's washing machine. Wash machine. There's this stocked washer plus the dryer. I'll first go with this washer. Yeah, this is actually it. Click on it and place it here. Then we shall come to object again. We are looking for dryer. We have cloth dryer here. Just click and place. This time we're not wasting time. Come and drag it with the Control D. Just drag it a little bit inside. Then you can rotate it with Control R. You draw a line. Then you can rotate like that, 90 degrees. You Control D to drag it inside. Let it sit like that. I think I will make it to sit a little bit here. Or we can make it to sit here so that that side can be for washing. I'll Control R to rotate this other one. You can draw a line, then you rotate at 90 degrees. Then you use Control D to drag it and make it sit there. Now you can see that we have enough we have enough space in this laundry room. So this one, there's enough space here for now people to wash. Basically that, now we're going to do what? We're going to place our openings, wall openings. Wall openings are basically windows, doors. That's what we're going to achieve after furnishing our rooms. So these ones are straightforward. Where you see door, those are for doors. Where you see windows, those are for windows. Let's start with doors. We shall double click on that. Then we come to doors, right? So here you can just search for doors. We shall be able to find all these kind of doors that we need. So I may go with this door. This is a door with the two slide lights and the transition. So you can use that. There are so many types here. There are these ones, double door with the two slides. There's also this double door. We can even use this. And we have things that we can change on this. You can change a lot of settings in this door. When you come to this hinge door settings, you can click on that. First of all, this one, if you want to give it a grid, you can give it a grid from here. There are so many types of grids. You can select the type of grid you want. Then the side hinge, when you click here, there's double acting, which we're going to accept. Then when you click on this, there's also the handle. Before even clicking on that, there's the handle. We can also change the type of handle we want from here. So let's just go with let's say we are going with this handle 3, just like that. Anyway, that is at random, but you can explore more about it. So we are going to click on this. This is the frame. We are giving it a uniform frame. If you want to change anything here, you can continue with that. Then when we come to this is natural ventilation. When you click on it, it will give some space there where you will have an opening for natural ventilation. When we continue, we can control the door leaf from here. For me, I don't like grid, but if you want a grid, you can actually select the type of grid you want here. And the positions are here. Upper side is this, lower upper, lower is this, up is here, side is there. When I click again here, you'll be able to see the handles. Now I want the uniform. I don't want, if you don't tick that, the handles will not be uniform. So I want it uniform. Then the kickboard, there's outside, there's inside. I'll ignore that. When we continue, this is the leaf undercut. I don't think we are going to change anything there, but you can always explore more about these things so that you understand how they will work. The SAS, I'm going to ignore it. SAS is basically that opening that is for ventilation. So if you want to use it, you can use it. When I click on this, I believe we shall be able to learn more about these settings in some specific videos, because when we try to learn more about this, it will take all our time and we shall not be able to achieve our project in the shortest time possible. Now here you can basically change the colors of what the door has. Of course here they are giving us basically wood, but you can change things here. You can change a lot of things here. You can, from wood you can say I'm using steel, metal, steel, like that, stainless. So if I select this uniform, it will change all those to steel. There's the frame outside, frame inside, leaf outside, leaf inside. So we don't want wood here, want metal. Then these are the colors that will be shown when you have placed your door on the floor plan. If you want to change, you can change. If you don't want, you can leave that. So this is the wall openings. And then we have what we call reveals from the edges. So a lot of settings here that you can make to have a unique door. So I'll just click OK. Then I come and place my door here. It is really big door. Then of course every exterior door has to open from the outside. So by the show of those arrows, this door is opening from outside. When we select it, you'll know. So when we come to the 3D, let's go and see the door. You see here from the 3D, that's what we have. But of course we want this door to balance. Want it to balance. You see this one is little bit smaller, so let's try and put here 200. 200 also takes much from this side. Let's say 100. Okay, let's say 300. 300 like that. Now it balances. And then when you come to the settings, you see here this door is 2.4. You can control that size. Let's say I want it 2.2 meters wide. Just enter and it will reduce the size of the door, just like that. Then of course when you control T, That's exactly where it will take us to the measurement, so you can still control here. Then the head height, this is the width actually, then this is the height. Now the height, we have to control the height. Since I've given this 2.2, that will be the head height for all the openings, but I always love the head height being at 2.5. I don't know why, but my biggest defense is it allows a lot of space for air circulation. Then the width, I want it to be 2.2, just like that. And then still to story, this is to reveal the wall, I mean the door from the ground to the surface. Now when there are things here, there are some icons here. There's front. When we click on this 3D, it will be able to show you the real colors and every dimension. Okay, how the door really looks like. You'll be able to see it from here. So I'll just click OK, and we shall have our door a little bit reduced because it was really occupying all the front wall where we're going to enter from our porch. So that is the first door we've placed, and we need to finish with the rest of the doors or the rest of the openings. We shall come to object, still looking for doors, just like that. Not object, my bad, my apologies, it is doors. We click on the doors. We're looking for now the interior doors. Interior doors, I guess we can just go with this. We can go with this. One thing I'll just change here is let me come to hinge. Then I want to change basically the material. The material, I want to change it from here. I'll still go with this time. I think for the interior we can use wood. We can use wood here. For the interior, wood makes sense. I'll click on that. I'll say uniform. I'll just click OK. Then I'll come and start placing in the interior. Now for the interior, the doors have to open inside like this. By these arrows here, you'll know where the door is opening from. So this one is opening inside and closer to the wall, just like that. Then here we shall also place and to make sure it opens like that. Then here for the master bedroom, it opens like this. And then let's see what we have. And then for the wardrobe, I think the wardrobe will just be, this walk-in closet will be open. I'll not give it really a door for that matter. The other door I need is for this pantry, not pantry but the laundry, just like that. And then I want another door for escaping outside, just like that. So we have these doors. I think for the laundry, the better position for me should be this one. I'll delete this one off. So here you can easily move your clothes outside without causing a lot of commotion inside here with your dirty things. Then of course you do your washing here. You just take here, you go and pour water from outside, which is a little bit easier. Now you realize we are now going to start changing the way our beds have been placed, because now doors have come, they are trying to displace them. Now for this master bedroom, I think it's better to create the openings. I'll click on this wall. I'll come to the split tool, this intersect, or it is the split. I'll split from here to here. Then this one, I'll just move it a little bit behind. Now I'll click here, I'll create a space here, let's say 1.2, just like that, so that when someone enters, this part is really open. There's no need to two private. Then I can maybe create now doors for this washroom and the toilet. I'll come to my door. This time I'm looking for a sliding door. Let's look for sliding door. Sliding door, sliding door. There's this entrance door. Let's look for sliding door, double door with slide. Yeah, we have sliding door here. This is for exterior. It is telling us exterior sliding door. Now there's this pocket door. It is a sliding door, and I think the size is enough for our what? For our, there's even sliding door here. I think we're going to use this for our washrooms. Our washrooms. Let's look for, I guess that will work for us. I'll just select it. I'll say okay. Then of course we shall have to reduce the size. So I'll Control T to access the setting. I'll come to the positioning, preview and position. The width of this door is going to be very small. It will be 900 millimeters. Of course, the head height, as always, is going to be 2.5 according to the head height we had for the previous. So I'll come to this sliding door settings, then I'll go and change some things. Basically, I'm looking at the material. I'll select here, I want a glass. This time I want a glass. I want a glass, and glass, this blue one is okay. I'll say uniform here, I'll click OK. Then I'll just come and place it here. Place it here. Just to open inside, I'll place another one here. Just to open this one, I think is going to open outside. Since there are sliding doors, I believe they will not over disturb us. Let me first delete that. Come to door. I'll just say okay. I'll place this, and I want it to open outside like that. Now we have to make space for them by basically moving these things behind, just like that. Let's say there's distance here. The distance here, I'm going to give it 200, just like that. And then here I'll also move it a little bit. Move it a little bit. Then the distance here I'll also give it 200. I think now this door can, this wall can move a little bit. Let's say 1.1, just like that. Then this one 1.1, just like that. And then I'll select this one, and then I come to the intersect to make sure they are aligned together. And then this one I'll drag it. Instead I'll actually increase the size instead of dragging, so that it fits there. Then I'll select this. I'll also bring it to fit inside here, just like that. So now we have our walk-in closet for the master bedroom, and you can come to your toilet here. Then you also have your jacuzzi here. This jacuzzi, I'm going to change the orientation. It can't face like this. I'll Control R, then I'll just draw a line here. Then I can rotate it all the way at 180 degrees. Then I'll use Control D to drag it inside, just like that. Then of course you can use this to reduce the size if you wish to. Then I'll just leave it at that, so I can save my work. I believe we have placed all the components for our room. Now we just have to stop here for today. We shall continue with this project in the next part because we have much more to do. So for today, that is it from me. Thank you so much. See you again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Lulua Tech Designs, and I'm your boy Lulua Mark. We are back with our Archicad project that we started some time back. Today we are focusing majorly on finishes, especially we need to have the roof. We need to start our facading. Of course, last time we managed to furnish the rooms. We managed to put some of the openings, especially doors, but we didn't do windows. So today we shall start with windows. From windows, we shall go to the roof. From the roof, we shall now go to facading, and we see how far we can go with this project. For now, this is what we have. When we come to the 3D, you see this is basically what we have for now. It's just a bare wall with the doors, nothing else. We now have to go and start putting our windows. Let's go to the ground floor. For windows, you just come to design. It's right here, the window tool. You just double click on it. It will pop up that window. Let me say it like that. This is the menu for the windows, where we are going to customize the kind of window we want to use for our design. I always love these first two windows. I love these first two windows. However, you can choose the one you prefer. So I'll go with the, let's just go with this double window. When you tap on this 3D will show you exactly how the window will appear. However, you can choose to change things here if you want to customize the same way we did for the doors. When you come to this basic window settings, you have all the settings here. There's this natural ventilation. When you move here, you'll see width, the frame width. Then here is also the frame width. Then here is the grid, which I never chose for our door. And then here we have the handle. You can choose the handle you want. And then this is still about ventilation. This is the type of opening that you'll have for the windows. And then here they show you the material. Now this window, you see it is wood, but of course we don't want wood. We shall select any of these, especially the first one. I want steel. We can go with maybe the first one. And then I can choose here. I can decide to tick here so that it will all have this one as steel. But if you want to change all these things one by one, you can do so. Like the frame inside, the cells outside, and this one, the glass, I can choose to change it by clicking that. I just go with this blue glass. Then the frame pen, you can change these things the way you want. I'll just choose this gray, this light gray. So I'll click OK. For now, I think that is enough for me. I'll not change a lot of things, but you can explore all these things, all these settings, so that you understand how a window comes to life, especially in Archicad. So for now, I'll just click OK. Then I'll come and start placing my windows. So the first window, I'm going to place it here. However, I want it to open outside. Let me just stop there for now. I'm going to click on this window. Then I want to open the setting. You can open it from here. You can right click on the window. You go to window selection or wall selection settings, or you can come from here. Here, when you double click here, it will also open the setting. Not a real wall, but it's supposed to be window setting. when you want to select a component like this, you realize sometimes it disturbs a lot. There now we have picked the window. So the shortcut is always Control T to open up the setting. So I'll come to this preview and positioning to specifically change the width and the height of our window. Now to have this is 1.5 by 1.5, which I believe is not that bad. I guess I'll leave that at that, but we shall need to control the steel height because this one will determine the head height of our window. So we need to understand the head height of our doors, right? That will determine for us the head height of the window. So now here you see the head height. Let me just control preview. That's for the door. So the head height, the steel height is here, the width is there. The head height is 2.5. That means our window has to sit at 2.5 high. So if the window is 1.5 by 1.5, how much are we left with it to make it 2.5? That one we shall not give it to. We shall give that to the steel height. So let me come to Control T after selecting the window. So we already have 1000 plus 1500, that is actually 2.5. That means our window is perfectly sitting at the same head height with the doors. So that's what I wanted to be sure of before I can start placing other windows. So I can just go ahead to continue placing our window. Now here it will just choose the same window we started with. So I'll place another one here, so just like that. And then for the kitchen, I can also place another one here, like that. And then the bedroom, we shall place a window here. That means we shall change the orientation of our bed. We place another one here. The windows have to open from the outside. I'll place another one here, just like that. For this part, I'm going to put here a curtain wall. I think I can use curtain wall here instead of a window. So we have placed our bigger windows. Now we need some smaller windows for our washrooms because they can't have the same size of windows just like other rooms. So we shall come back to window. Then we're going to look for a smaller window. I love this one so much. What I'll do, I'll come to the basic settings. I'm going to look for this part, this one here. So I'm going to change it to steel as well. It has to be steel. I don't want wood. I'll go with that. I'll make it uniform. Then the glass, I'll make it this blue glass. Then these ones I will turn them to the light gray that we used for the other bigger window, just like that. Then I can click OK. Also the height, you can see the height is Control T. The height is, let's come to preview and positioning. The height is 1.5 plus 1000, that is 2.5. So the head height is also okay. Now we can go and place in these openings. These are small openings that need smaller windows. I think we're even going to probably reduce their width again, just like this. And then for the kitchen side, I think I will place two of them here, one, and then another one here. These windows also beautify our design, they beautify our house, so it's better we use a lot of them. Now I'll select one of the windows. Maybe easily you can select it easily from the 3D. You remember the 3D is just open here. So now from here you can easily select these windows. I want to control T to open the setting. Then the height, the width. I want to reduce the width to 800, just like that, and then okay. So now it has only reduced for this one window, but if I want to make others have the same property like this, you come to these two tools. This first one is called pickup parameters, then the second is called inject parameters. So I'll first of all click on the pickup parameter, and when you see it has highlighted blue, I can click on this parameter, then I go to the inject. Then I can just start injecting on others so that they take the parameters of this window. You, after clicking on this, you also come and inject the parameters again. You like that. You keep picking this and this. It will turn it to the parameters of this one here. Then at this side, let's see, we have two of them here. You just come to now the inject, you inject, you inject, you inject, just like that. I guess these are the only split windows that we have. Yeah, basically that. I think for Windows, I must say we're done. We are completely done with Windows. The only part is this one here where I promised to do what? I promised to have a curtain wall. So to have a curtain wall, it's this wall. Let's go to the 3D from here. It is this wall where we want to have curtain wall. That means we need to split this wall from the part where we want to have a curtain wall. So let's go to our line tool. I'm going to close design, come to document, I'll select the line tool. So let me first just draw one line here. Then I want to measure the distance from here up to the end of this wall. It's 6.2. 6.2 divided by 2, that is 3.1. So I'll move this thing, let's say by 3.1. If you want to move, do you still remember the procedure? You control Shift D, that is to drag a copy like that. Then I'll make it 3.1, just like this. So now we are going to split the wall from here. I'll come to my split tool. I'll just split. Let me first cancel this. Then I make sure the wall is not active, or you can also select it anyways. You click on the split, then you can split from here. I'm seeing it is it has done it, though this line was disturbing us, but we have our wall here. Now this wall, we are going to turn it into a curtain wall. But before we do that, we need to also have a small wall here, because we can't have the entire part as a wall. So I'll select this line. I'll Control Shift D to drag a copy. I can say I need maybe just 300, just there. I'll also split that. Let me select the wall, deselect all. I don't know why this thing keeps disturbing me. Let me escape like that. Then I'll select the wall. I'll come to the split. I'll split this part, just like that. Now we have this wall here that we're going to turn into a curtain wall. What you just need to do is come to the wall setting, which is Control T. You go to this floor, the model, actually not the floor plan, the model. You can come to the model. You can change this to glass. First of all, let's just change it to glass and you see what we shall get. Let's say blue glass, something like that. Then when you come to the 3D, you see what we have. It makes it a glass wall. It becomes a glass. So this is how you can actually change your wall from being
that solid brick wall to a glass wall. One thing I don't like about the curtain wall for, let me say, Archicad is their curtain wall is a little bit, it doesn't look nice. Okay, to my eyes it doesn't look nice, so I always prefer to create my own just like that, using a glass, and then it becomes like a curtain wall. You can choose to create the grid lines. I can decide to create the grid lines here if I want to. If I really wish to, I can choose to create the grid lines and make the material. I change the material from glass to maybe steel or something like that. But I just want to leave this like this. I don't want to have grid lines. Maybe I can have two. Let me just have two grid lines. For you to draw anything here, of course, our lines are here. You can just use your line tool to create whatever thing you want to create here. Now, for example, I can just say I am moving this by, let's say, Control Shift D to drag a copy. Then let's move it by 600. Then we Control Shift D again. This one, let's move it at 50 millimeters just. Then this side, Control Shift D, still 600. Then Control Shift D again, 50. Then you come to your split. You come to split. You can split this to this. You have that. You come to split again. You can split this. You have that. You come to the split. You split this. You have that. You come to split. You split this. You have this. Now this one here, we just go to Control T. Let me first escape. Go to Control T. From glass, we shall change the material to steel. Like that, okay? And then this one, we do the same. Control T. Change the material to steel. Just like that. So when you come to the 3D, you see that's what we have. See, that is what we have. So this one acts as our grid. That's like a grid line. See that? So you can keep creating this, and you'll be able to come up with something nice and unique other than the generic curtain wall that we usually get. So now from this point, I feel we have finished all our openings. Now what we want to do is to create a slab up here that will act as a base for our ceiling. Then after that we shall do the roofing. So let's go to design. Then we come to the slab. Then I can pick I think this one, since our design is just rectangular. I'll pick from this corner. I go to this corner, then I move it like that. Just like this, just like that. Now we have let's go to this part. We now have two floors overlapping each other. However, this last floor that we drew, we want it to sit on top of the house. You remember our floor to floor height is 3.5. So we shall Control T to go to the settings of our floor or slab. You come to the geometry positioning, and we shall change it from this to this, just like that, so that we can have access to this number. I'll just make this 1.5, I mean 150. And then this offset to home story. First of all, we're going to change this home story from ground floor to roof level. Then when we click OK, it will automatically jump to the roof level. To leave the ground, it will come up here. You see that? Now we have our roof, the house covered from up. It is well covered now. So from here we can now create our roof. That's what I wanted to achieve. I hope you understood how we did that. So now we are ready to draw our roof. To draw the roof, you come to the ground floor as always. Within the design, we have the roof. We have the roof here. So you'll double click on this roof. Anyway, you can just click once because I don't want to change the settings yet. Now the type of roof we want to create for this house is a lean-to roof that is hidden. However, I will show you other forms of roofs as well. For example, if we chose this one here, this method, it will give us a hipped roof. I'll show you how you can change hipped roof to gable roof, things like that. So if I come here after selecting roof and I click on this method, I can just click on one point like this. Then I click on the next point. Then I'll drag it. I'll drag it to this end. It will draw for us a big hipped roof. When you come to the 3D, you'll see a huge hipped roof. You see that? This is our roof. It is really huge and hipped. However, if you want to change this hipped roof to gable roof, you come to your ground floor, you select the roof from one point. Then when you click on one of these, when you click on this, let's say this terminal or the tab or this black dot, when you come to this part here, you see drag horizontal ridges. If I drag it like this, if I drag it like this to this point, we come to the 3D, you'll see that it has some gable here. It has a gable, but the other part is still hipped. Then we come back, we Control Z to go back. Then when I click on this again, then instead of this drag horizontal, I choose this first one as stretch horizontal ridges. When I do that, if I bring this one here like that, then I bring this one here like that, this one will have created for us a gable roof. You see that? That's a gable roof. It has these two sides that are open. So this is how you can create your gable roof. I believe it is the most common roof you will see. However, this is not the type of roof we want to get or want to have for our design. So now I'll select this roof, I'll delete it. I just wanted to show you how you can create a gable roof. Now let's create our lean-to roof. You still select the roof from the design menu. Then we're going to select this first option, this single plane. Select that. It will give you an option to start drawing like this. After clicking the next point, it will show you this eye. The cursor will turn into eye, and this eye want to see where you want the roof to slope. I want the roof to slope this side. You just click anywhere this side, then you can now start drawing. I can now start drawing it like that. From here, now I can bring it this side, just like that. When you come to the 3D, you'll see we only have this roof from one side. It is now a lean-to roof. However, it is so high up. We are going to change the slope angle. After selecting this roof, you can Control T to open the setting. You come to geometry and positioning. This thickness, first of all, is too much, and we are going to select this part, this first one here. I want the thickness of my roof to be just 15 millimeters. Then the roof, you see this home story, I want it to be roof. Then the angle, this slope angle, I'm just going to give it 5 degrees. Then when we come to the model, we can make it whatever thing we want. Tile, iron sheets, you can click here. If you're looking for, let's say, roof, we have these options for the roof tiles. There are these ones. So I'll just go with the, let's just go with the, what can I select? I always get confused from here in terms of material I want to use. I'll just go with the first one and I'll link them so that they are all the same thing. And here I'll just click OK. You see what we have for our roof now. However, the roof is flying well high now. Do you know why? When you Control T, then you come to the geometry and position, you see here, this is where the roof has run away, because initially it was sitting at the story of the ground, or on the ground floor, but now it is, we change this one to the roof level, and this position cannot work. If you put this one 0, let's see what happens. It will come down like that. However, we want this to be at 3.5. This will be 3.5 because that is our floor height. So if you have 3.5, you see now our roof is sitting well on top of the house where it is supposed to be. So this is how you create a roof. We are just left with a small thing to do to cover this roof, meaning we wanted a lean to roof. The roof has to lean on something from one side. So we're going to create parapet walls here so that the roof can be hidden and the house looks modern. It has to look modern. Let me first open the roof level and see what we have. You see now we have this. However, let me go to the ground floor, I guess. So now we are going to create our parapet walls. Parapet walls are basically walls that are created from the roof level to cover the roof. Those walls you see people use to hide the roof. Our parapet walls are going to have different levels so that our house can look nice. But for now, let's just pick the wall tool, one wall tool. I'll just start drawing. Let me first draw one here. Then I'll select it. Then I'll change this to center, just like that, so that it can perfectly sit on top of that the other one. However, I want it to go. Let me just Control T, and then I come to the geometry and positioning. I want it, the home stories roof, roof level. Then I'm seeing here home story current, we are taking it to the roof level. So let's first click OK and come to the 3D and see what we have. So you see that it has taken this wall up. It has taken it up. We shall change the height of it later. So let's try and draw the rest. Let's draw the rest. Come to the wall. I'll change this to center so that we can have our wall centered like this. Now we have to draw for all these areas. First draw, and then we shall go and do other things later. So we shall draw here. Then from this side, just like that. From here, like that. Then from here, all the way this side. Then from this side, shall come all the way here. Now we come to the 3D. You'll see we have created walls that are covering our house. So I'll select this part. I'll select which other one is there. First of all, let me just move this one up with some Control T. Then we change the ground to roof. Then what else? Okay, just that. Okay, it has gone. Let's see others. I'm not seeing others. I can't know why. I don't know why. Okay, let me select this. I'll select Shift to select the remaining, just like that. I'll keep selecting them using Shift. I'll select all the walls. And then there's this one. Oh god. Select that, Shift, select this, Shift, select that, Shift, select this, Shift, select that, Shift, select this. Then we Control T to come to the setting and we change it from ground to roof. We click OK. They'll all leave this space and come to the upper part of our house. Now we can select this and you hold on Shift. You come to this intersect. You intersect them so that they can align perfectly. You look for all those ones that need intersection, you intersect them like that. So now this is how we have hidden the roof. You can't see it, but still it is not what we want to achieve. We don't want the wall to be this high, cause this is a complete floor or like a complete house where you can have rooms, but we just want the parapet wall to be a little bit high, just enough to hide the roof. So we shall do some fond of splitting, shall split some parts and make others taller, others shorter, things like that. Now, for example, this side, we shall Control T. From 3.5, we can make it, let's say 500. Then you say OK. You see that? However, it cannot hide this roof. I will Control T again. Can make it 1000, maybe. There now. But still, this part of the roof is still shown outside. Control T. Let's do 1.2. Just like that. Now here it has hidden the roof. Yeah, it has hidden the roof this side. And then I will want to split this wall. I want to split this wall. What I can do for you to split this one, if I come to the ground floor, you will no longer see this wall down. But with the Archicad, you need to have a lot of common sense if you want to achieve certain things you want to achieve. So let me see where I want to split it. It's not that one that we want to split. I want to split this one for now. I'm going to just bring this wall down. Control T. I'll bring it from the roof to the ground. Just like that. I'll click OK. It comes to the ground. Then I'll come to my ground floor. I can see it is here. It is this wall. Now I'll just split it. I'll come to the split tool. I can split it from where the curtain wall starts, or I can split it from here. Just from here, like that, I'll have this. Then I can select both of them with the Shift. Then I come to Control T. I just change the home story to roof level. I click OK. When you come to 3D, you have now these walls separated. This one, I'll just bring it to 1.2. You Control T. You change this wall height to 1.2. Just like that. You see that it is now perfectly sitting with this. Then this side I will increase it by let's say 300, Control T, you make it instead of 1.2, I can make it 1.6, like that. See that? So I'll now have to also do the same for that side. But if I just want to consider the face alone, I can make that the same height with this one here. So what I can do here to achieve that easily, I come to my pick up parameters like this. I'll pick this parameter, I'll come to inject, I'll inject it on that wall. It will bring it to the level of this one here, just like that. And then of course this one I also want to have it at this level. I'll come to pick parameters, I'll pick this parameter, come to inject, I'll inject it on this, just like that. You see that? And then this one here, I want it to have the height of this one. So I'll come to pick parameter, I'll pick this one, inject it on that one, this one here, just like that. The roof was extended here, even that floor or slab we created was also extended outside here, but we shall take care of that. You don't have to worry about it. So this side, this last side, I will make it this, it should have the same height as this. I'll just now pick parameters. Come to pick parameter, you pick this one, you come to inject, we shall inject it to this. You pick the inject again, you inject it to this. You pick the inject again, you inject it to that. Is not selecting that one there. Just like that. Now we have our levels created the way I wanted to have them. Or I can I want to do something. I want to do something. Also feel like splitting this wall. I feel like splitting this wall at a certain level here, but really for now let's have it like that. We have hidden our roof, we have properly hidden our roof. This one here are not balancing, but it's part of the design, but we can still make something that will make this side look the same as that side. We can just split this and increase others, reduce others in terms of their height. But for now, let's focus on the what? On the surface or on the front part. We're going to remove this roof, this part here that is extending this side. We shall try and take it inside. So when you open the roof level from the stories, you'll see that the roof is here. We need to take off some part from this side. But for you to do this properly, you can do it from the 3D, because from here you can be able to see what you are doing. So when I click on this black dot or point, you see it will generate all these options. There's move node, there's what fillet, there's this one here, it is also fillet. It expands the object or the roof from all angles or from all the sides. And then there's this one for adding, there's this one for subtracting. So we shall subtract from. Now after selecting the subtract, you can come and subtract from here. Let's just click here, can subtract like that, can subtract up to here. You see that it has taken off that one, but I still want this one off. I'll just click here, I can drag it to this part, then I'll subtract that one there. Now the roof has left this part, it is no longer disturbing us here. And then this For this floor, I'll leave it here because I want it to also cover this area here, but we're going to have some design that will be able to cover this area very well. Okay, now we did this. I believe we are ready to start designing the facades, because we have done the parapet walls, which is also part of it is part of facading. It is really part of facading. Let's start with the first option. Or the first thing we're going to do is to create I'm going to create a wall on this part here. Let me come to the ground floor. It is in the stories. I'll open the ground floor. I want to create a wall here, just here. What is that, by the way? Let me see what that is. Hey, it is this curtain, that glass wall. Now I'm going to create a wall. I'll use this. I'll say Control Shift D. I'll move it 500, just like that. Then I'll come to my wall tool. I'll come and draw a wall, not directly on the other one, but it will be outside, like this. Then you come and see. Let's first Control T. Even before controlling T, we come to the 3D. You see the wall is here. We can now Control T and change the height. It is not linked anyways. Here we can now change the height from, we shall do 3.5 plus 3.5 plus, let's first do 3.5, brings it up here. And then this from here to here was 1.2. You can do that. 1.2 plus this is 4.7, right? 4.7. And then from here to here, it was this one was, let me see what we have. This is 1.6. Now we have to make it, this one you add 1.6 to that, that will be 5. And then 7 plus 6, that will be 6.3, not so. 6.3, let's say 6.3. It's way high. It's not 6.3 anyway. 5.3. Yup. It's not 5.3, but that's where it should be. Let it be there. It should be there. Now we are going to change some things here. This wall, I think, is a little bit, it's not, let me see, in the ground floor. I'm going to increase the width. You can just pick from here, then you start moving it. See that I can increase it by let's say 200. No, that's not what we want to achieve. So from here it was 500 to 600, 700. Let me just put 700, like that. 700. However, the thickness I'm going to reduce it. I'll Control T. I'll come to this thickness here. I want it to be just 150. It's not be the thickness of the main wall, just like that. However, I want to take it to, it will be attached to this wall, so I can Control D, that is to drag it. Can just drag it like that and put it on this wall, like that. Then I'll change the color of these other walls, because I don't want them to have this color. And then this wall here, this one, this wall, we're going to make it, we're going to give it stone finish. So you can Control T, you come to model, From this paint that we gave it, we are changing this to stone. You click on one, you look for stone finish. Just stone. We have these stones. There's this one. I don't know how it will look, but we have that. I don't think it is the one we want. So I'll select it again. I'll Control T. We shall look for another stone. There's this stone too. Let me first try that. So I guess we can just have this. We can have this stone too. And then I want it to cover this side as well. This upper one should also be stone too. Control. You select this. You come to stone. We already have the stone too here. I can just click OK. Just like that. You see that? That's how we are trying to achieve our facade. That's how we're achieving our facade. Make sure you save your work before you lose it. And then there's something we're supposed to do here on this part here. So we're going to also draw this kind of wall here. I can even duplicate this. I'll just click on this. I'll say Control Shift D. That one is to drag a copy, and I can bring it here just like that. However, it is going to be a little bit smaller. When I Control D, I can be able to drag it and bring it here, just there. Then I'll drag this node. I'll bring it here, just like that, and come to the 3D. That is what we have. And then this part here, I'll have to change it as well. I'll Control T. I'll come to this paint. I'll select one. Then I'll look for text. Let's look for something like text. I don't know, what can we do? Let's look for plaster. Not quite. Paint. Let's look for paint. I want some kind of gray paint. Gray paint, like that. Okay. So something like this. Something like that. And then of course this one, we're going to draw something on this wall. I want to draw a strip from down up to up on this one here. So to achieve that, the wall is here. I'll also use the same wall tool. I can just Control Shift D, move it here, and then I can just pick this node. I bring it here. Then I pick this one, I bring it here. I want something really tiny. Then I'll come to my Control T. In the geometry, the thickness, I want it to be 50. The thickness to be 50. And then I'll Control D, that is to drag and bring it here. I feel this thickness is still too much. The thickness is still too much. I'll Control T again. Let me just make it 10 or 15. Then OK. I'll Control D to drag it on the wall like that. Then I'll Control T to change the color. Let's come to the model. The color is going to be the gray color. Let's look for the gray. Let's try that. Come to the 3D and see we have this. That's what we have. Cancel. Yup. So we have something like that on this part. And then we continue with our modeling. So I'm going to have a design. I'm going to have a design. that will start from here and links this side. It will link this side and it will determine the height of this parapet wall. So let me come to this part here. I'll still use the wall tool. I'll select this one. I'll Control Shift D to drag a copy. This one is to drag a copy, and this one is going to be from this side. From this side, and I'll Control D to drag it. I'll bring it here. I want it to align with this one perfectly. However, I'll increase the node a bit. It is going to be bigger than this, and even the thickness, Control T. You come to the geometry, the thickness is going to even be much bigger. It will be, let's say, 350. 350. So I'll just click OK. Then I'll Control D to drag it outside. I don't want it. Control D again to take it. Let it sit on the wall like that. And you come to the 3D, you'll have something like that. However, it is not going to be as tall as this other one. So I'll control that by Control T. You come to the height here. So you reduce this height to, let's first try 4 meters and see what we have. Well, that is exactly what I wanted. It is a perfect height for me. That's where I want it to be. However, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to reduce this wall. I'll reduce this one a little bit here, like this, up to here. Then I'll bring this one to extend all the way here, just like that. Then I want to draw something that is going to be like the upper part of this one. It will come all the way to this side. So let me see if this one can hide the roof, because I want it to hide the roof so that I can have this parapet wall shorter. So I'm going to increase the height again from 4 meters to, let's say, 4.5. Just like that. Still not enough for the roof. Let's say 4.8. 4.8. Yeah, that one looks to be better and better. So yeah, that one is better. So I'm going to use this same wall to draw what I want to draw. So I can Control Shift D. That's why now you realize the wall tool is almost key. You can use it for anything in Archicad. So I'll drag this one on top of this. I'll bring it here. I want it to align perfectly here. Then I will drag this side all the way here, like that. Now if you come to the 3D, you will see we have covered this part. When I click on it, we can now control it from here. I'll Control T. First of all, the wall, the thickness is okay. Then the height, the wall height. I'm going to first of all increase this bottom offset. Let the bottom offset be at 4000, just like that, which is still too high. Let it Control T. Let it come down to, let's say, 3.5. 3.5. I want it to cover that floor. Let it be 3.2, just like that. Then we shall now change what? We shall change the height, the wall height. From now, from 4.8, we can now bring it to, let's say, 1000 and see what we shall get. 1000 is this. We shall increase it. Let's increase it to 1.6. So that's perfect now. That is perfect. It is perfect. Good point. So let's see. I really want to see if this one can cover. I think it has now covered this area. I'll not be worried again about that side. But I want to bring this one to now the normal height of our. I don't want to have this opening here. I don't want to have this opening. Doesn't make a lot of sense for me here. But we shall see. We shall find a way to cover that part that is creating this opening that we don't want. Now, when you see here, there's some opening around here. That means we need to increase our floor. This floor that we created, we need to increase it. And I think the best way is to do it from here. When you try to click on this, you see after selecting the floor or the slab, you can click on this node, this black node, then you come to addition instead of subtraction. You click add, then of course you make sure you are properly seeing what you are doing. So I'll just click here, I'll click here, I'll take it there. Now this, you come to add, then let's say we're adding something like that up to there. You see that it has closed that open space by adding up the floor or the slab to that part. So I am going to make this wall here. I'm going to make it in fact this one here, I want to make it a little bit gray. Control T and then model. This one should be light gray, which is a little bit light, like that. Then this one should also be light gray. This one should be light gray as well. Come here, gray, light gray, just like that. However, this one here, we shall make it white. I believe you now understand how to get the settings. Basically, Control T, and then you go to the settings. You can change things around. Now that we have made these ones gray, I'll come to this part. This one I will make it Control T. Let's try this gray, the darker one. Let's try the dark gray. Okay. Then this one, Control T, model gray, the dark gray. Okay, like that. Let's see what we have. I want this one to be covered by this. Can it cover it? Can it cover it? Let's first try and link these ones and see what we get. Okay. So for now, that's what we have. Let me see. Cancel. That's what we have for now. So we're going to create another thing here. You see this wall here. So also create it here. So you come to the ground floor. I can just simply pick this. I'll Control Shift D to drag a copy of it. I'll bring it here on this one, just like that. I come to the 3D. You see we already have that. So I can just reduce the height. You can actually reduce the height from here. You just click on this. you come to this one here that stretches it downwards like that, just like that. You have that design, deselect all, cancel. So you see that we are doing well with our facading, and I believe you are learning a lot of things. So let's see this part. I want this one to go to this. I want it to sit perfectly at 3 point. We shall control T. We come to geometry. From here, instead of 3.2, I'll do 3.3. It will take it a little bit up. Let's see. I think it's remaining really. I think they are now balancing here well. Yeah, it is now sitting where I want it to sit. However, up here it has gone up, so I'll reduce this by 100 to 500, just like that. Yep. So this is what we have so far concerning as far as our facade is concerned. I believe you have learned how the wall tool is doing a lot of work. You can do all things. Actually, you can achieve everything with the wall tool in Archicad. It's just a matter of changing the materials and trying to ensure that you get what you want in the easiest way possible. So we shall, I think, stop there for now and continue from here, because we have a lot to achieve. After finishing this this front, we shall also turn to other fronts and make sure we create something nice, something beautiful. So well, this is what we have done today.
Are you done with
We
work?
shall continue with our facading in the next part of this project. See you again. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Lulua Tech Designs, and I'm your boy Lulua Mark. We are back with the final part of our project. This is a 3-bedroom bungalow that we are creating, or we are designing. It's a modern house, contemporary, and we have done a lot already. We started our facading, and this is how far we have gone with it. But of course, we are now going to finish up this project so that we can have time for another project. So we shall start the project straight away without wasting a lot of time. We shall do most of the things now here in the 3D. I did this curtain wall. I used the wall tool to do this, but maybe for knowledge purpose, I have to show you how you do curtain walls. For Archicad, it is really straightforward. There's nothing unique about it. The curtain wall is just here in the design tool where you get the wall, windows, all these openings, and all other tools. You just get curtain wall here, and you can just draw it instead of a normal wall. You can just draw a curtain wall like that. When we come to the 3D, you'll be able to see the curtain wall here that almost looks like a gate. It looks like a gate, but this is a curtain wall. You can change a lot of things from here. When you come to the settings, of course it's Control T, which we have been having for all the settings. So here you can do a lot of settings, but I'll not really dive so much deep into the settings, but you can explore it here. Most of the things are basically just changing the material and removing some components on the parts of the curtain wall so that you can have something that looks neat. That's why I remember in the previous video I said I don't like the curtain wall that Archicad normal gives us, so you can see it here. That's why I decided to go with my own curtain wall. So I'll just delete this. I have mine here. What I want to do here is I want to reduce the height of this wall. When I just scroll with the middle part of my mouse, it can actually show me all the settings instead of Control T, I can get all the settings from here. So that's the quickest way of getting this thing. So I'm going to change the wall height from 15 to 800, just like that. Then we shall have something like this. Then I also want to make I want to create another floor to cover up this part so that we don't have this opening or this galley here. I'll come to the ground floor. This one I'll do from the ground floor. So I'll go to the ground floor. Just here I'll just create a slab around here, this part here. So I'll come to the slab tool, then I can just start drawing. Actually, I'll just draw from here up to here. It will be down, then when we just slide with our key, the middle part of the mouse, it will show us these properties, but here the properties are not active. So I'll control T so that I can get the properties from here. We shall select this one so that we can control this, and this one here, for now I don't want to do a lot about it, but I'll just change this story height. So we shall take this to, for example, let's just do 4 meters or 4000 millimeters. Then we come to the 3D so that we can be able to control it from here. Let's see what it has not gone up, however it is still here. I will now change it from here. When I scroll, reference offset from home story, so we can do 4 meters above the ground. Then it will bring it up. It is here, as you can see. It is here. Now for you people who are doing, then I want it to sit. I want it to cover this part properly. You see, it is still not covering this area well. So what we are going to do, first of all, I want it to sit perfectly. I think it is sitting perfectly here, but the only problem is it is not covering up to the part where I want it to cover. Now I'll turn it like this so that I can make some changes here. You click on that black node, this one here, then you come to addition, so you can click on it again. You just add. It has not added. Let me put it like this. So I'll do like this. I'll say I'm adding, so I can really just click, then I'll add like that. You see that? Then if I click here, it will add it to that part and it will cover this empty space or this hole that we had here. So now this part is covered. I think is now perfect, and even down here is okay. So this is what I wanted to do for this part here. However, I'm going to do something. Let me just cancel here. Every time when you see that these things draw in lines for you, you can right click and cancel so that it will give you space. So I'm going to reduce this to this line as well. So this one is very easy. You just click on this node here, then you come to this stretch. You click on the stretch, you just bring it down, it will bring it down like that. So we can do the same for this one. We shall click on that node, the black one. We shall just stretch it down and make sure it comes and sits where it is supposed to sit. So now we have something like this. And then for this wall here, I want to increase the thickness. I want the thickness to enter inside here. If I come here and I can select this one, this type of stretch that can stretch it this side. However, I'm seeing it is giving us trouble, but we can go to let's go to the ground floor. It is this wall here. So if I want to make it bigger, to extend up to this side, I can just go to the Control T, or I can just scroll like this. Then this is the thickness. If I make it 300, let's see what we shall have. It will enter like that, but now I want it to enter inside. I'll Control D to drag it, then I'll drag it inside, a little bit inside like that, and then I can increase it again. Let's say 500.
Let me see how this one come. I'm going
Now
to
it
enter this one.
has gone really big. So I'll
Then the
control
properly
D to drag it outside
including
so that I can have it perfectly sitting here. You can zoom in so that
this
you
one
can
we
see
did.
that it fits really well.
The good
Then
thing we
this one
did
has to
is
come out.
I
I'll
realized it
control
also
D
makes you to learn
to
other
drag
things.
it outside. I'll just bring it out like
Now
that.
we not
I'll
gonna go
zoom
for
and make sure it
massing.
sits on this wall perfect like that.
So I'm gonna
Why
do
I'm
this
doing
one.
this part here, we shall use it for planters. You can use it to create planters. So when we come out, that's what we shall get if we turn or we orbit this thing. That's what you'll see, which I believe is so nice from this side. That's what I wanted to achieve. So down here you can create a planter for flowers to decorate your house. So we can do the same. I think this one is okay. This side is okay. So I want to create something on this one here. I'm going to create something here. Before I create that, we want to create, let's create another thing, some extrusion kinda. This is a language for Revit, but it's extrusion that we are going to create on this side. So what I'll do, I'll come to the ground floor. This wall here, you see this wall, I'm going to copy it by Ctrl Shift D. That is to drag a copy. I'll bring it this side. I'll place it here. Then I come to the 3D. I'll see what it has given us. Now I'm going to come to this pick parameter. I'll pick this one. I'll come to inject. I'll inject it on this one. You see now it has deleted it, or not really deleted, but it has given the parameters of the other one to this. The next thing we can do, before I even do this, let me just Control Z because I want it to go all the way to this other side. So from here I'll just click on this node. I'll drag it all the way to the end of this wall here. I'll just do it like that. Then I'll make sure it is also attached to this one. Let me just drag it here a little bit like that, down, something like that. However, this wall is not looking straight. Let me first delete it. It doesn't look straight at all. I'll Control Shift D. I'll bring it here again, just like that, and then I can take this and drag it. You make sure you follow these dotted lines so that you don't make a curved wall or without you intending to make one. So here it is. Now what I can do, first of all, I want this wall to be a little bit down, but I'll first give it the parameters of this one. I'll come to pick parameters. I'll pick that one. I'll come to inject. I'll inject on it. So now we have this, but we're going to bring this one a little bit down. When you scroll with your keyboard, I mean the middle part of your mouse, so the wall height is okay. And then this bottom story, let's do it 3 meters and see what we shall get. We are going to reduce it further. Let's do 2.5. I think that is perfect now. Yes, that's perfect. However, it is the wall height. I'm going to reduce it to, let's say, 600, and we shall increase this to 2.7. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. So just like that, just like that. That's what I wanted to do. However, I'm going to change the color. I'll give it this gray color here. Let me first see the type of gray we had here. When we come to the model, it is light gray. So we shall come to this, we Control T, we come to model here, we shall click on one of these, we go to, we look for gray color, and we are picking the light gray. this light gray, click OK, just like that. Just like that. And then I can I'll create something on this later, but for now let me cancel that. For now I want to do something here. I want to create some, let's say that's a design anyway, especially like this one here. I'm going to create it here but with a different chart. So let's go to the ground floor. I'll come and copy this one. I'll copy it with the Ctrl Shift D. I'll move it all the way to this part here, just around this window here. Then I want it to be a little bit bigger than the other one. I'll make it like that. Then when you come to the 3D, this is what we get. This is what we get. And I'm going to reduce the thickness. I'll reduce the thickness. The thickness I can reduce from here. This one I can make it 400, just like that. Then I will drag it inside with the Ctrl D. I'll drag it inside, just like that, so that this other one can sit on it outside. It can have it from outside. And then I am going to make it I'll make it a little bit black. So let me make it black. Okay, before I do anything, I'm going to create some strips on it. I'll create some strips. So if I want to do that, these are the strips that I'm talking about. I'll just come to the ground floor. I will also pick that. I'll pick this with the Ctrl Shift D to drag a copy. I'll just bring it here. I'll put one here, so I can just copy more of them by Ctrl Shift D. This time you can control the distance that you are giving for them. So I am giving distance of 100. However, 100 seems to be very small. I'll first delete that. Let's Control Shift D. Then let's give it 300, like that. Then we Control Shift D to copy again. We give it 300. I think these three are enough. So when we come here, you see that's what we get. That's what we have. And I'm going to change the color of this to black. This Control T. From the gray, I'll go to let's say paint. I'm looking for the dark gray, this one here. Okay, so just like that. That's what we have here. Then this one, I need also a strip around the middle of this part here. What we can do to achieve this one easily, you can come to the ground floor. Since these ones are vertical, I can copy one, Control Shift D. Then I can just bring it here. I will drag it all the way to the end, actually. All the way to the end here. Just there for now. Then that's what we get. I will drag it a little bit outside. Control D to drag it outside, something like that. Then here, that's what we have. Now we can control it from the 3D. From here we can control the height from ground. This is 0. Now we can take it to, let's see, 4 meters. Let's see what way to go. 3 meters. And then let's reduce the thickness, or I mean the wall height can be 100, something like that.
And if you say
Let
here,
me
here,
see
don't
what
do
we have.
this. But now something is
This is it.
why
So now I
why
can just drag this one up to this by clicking the node, then I just drag
Okay, let me see.
like
Okay,
this.
answer that, but I
See
didn't
there?
get it.
Now we have
Someone
that.
who wants to learn this in the
Then this one we can
you're
bring it
telling
all
him
the way to
avoid
the
this.
edge
How will
of
you
this wall
ask that
like that.
you also learn now detailing?
I want to do
Let it touch this part here.
You also
Let
learn
it be
detailing, but
perfectly
detailing
aligned.
then
You
okay,
need to
this
zoom
and
so that you
detailing.
can
That's,
align
that
them
means what if
perfectly,
we're going to this.
just like
that
that.
means yeah, this part of
So
the
make sure
table
you
is
save your work before you lose it.
the one to see the
Uh,
best one
I'll also do
that
the
Yes.
they should
same for
avoid.
this side. This one is
That's
not
what
yet
But
perfectly
I'm afraid
aligned
going to
actually.
that could be someone
So
who really
here I'll
really
just
you don't
drag
know so much.
and make sure it
I know
is
someone who
on
does
the
it.
edge here like that.
no, there's
Then I need
still
to
half
also
of that.
create one
Like
from this
if,
side.
for example, if we are going to
So we can
look
go
for
and do
models,
that. Let's do that. And
now you want to
what can
avoid
we do?
this to as much as possible. So for
So we're going to
example,
create
if someone sees this
another wall.
cabinet,
This time it will
And it
be
clicks okay, let me say yes, clicks
uh,
there is
like this
yeah, I call it is controversial
wall,
someone but after
like
clicking what does
this
it mean
kind of wall.
avoiding this
Let
and
me
where
see
the
why it
right
is
will
showing
you do
us
the
that.
what detailing? Because
Let me
now
come
this guy is
here,
coming
go to
here to see
geometry,
things about the
ground
detailing. So
floor,
we
the
have
height.
said all this
Let's
ground
say
detailing.
but
0.5.
when you goes there you're doing the right thing
Then the thickness
There's
is
no
just
problem.
15.
what
Okay, no one.
no
So
can
I
that
have
remain
this
in your
wall
mind
here.
what I'm watching
Come to the
I
3D
should
and see
avoid
where
what
it is
I'm
placed.
watching
It is here.
so the
Now we are
watching
going to
like
This
bring it
video,
here. Want it to be here.
you already talking to someone.
Want this wall to
And because
be
when
here.
the
So you can
video
control
you
D
watch
to
is
bring it.
recorded with sound, people know those things like that.
I
They
want it
know
to
that
be
what
here.
is the
Let
video
me
is not
see.
exactly
Yep,
what is
yep, I
done.
have it there.
If you have been
Now I'm going to control
watching
the
so
height,
many
but
videos
let me
with
drag it a
sound,
little bit.
you will
I'll
understand that
control
what I'm
D,
going to get here on the related to
drag
this.
it a little bit
So like
outside,
if someone wants to avoid this
just
ground
around there.
disasters, that's why this
I have that.
yeah, it is like catching
it is already tied.
at the time
Now
like
the color
good
has to
So
be
it
not the
white.
title
Oh,
the
the
can even be a very good time
let
to
me
see
come to this.
the very good one.
The model, we're
Now
changing
someone
the
is
color
coming
to
here
that
to see
white.
the mistake, but just to avoid
And then from
to
here,
avoid doing
this
mistakes, we
was
will do this.
let me see
Because
the
there
oh,
is no
3
mistake.
meters. So I'll just also give
Your
this 3
purpose is
meters
being
high,
achieved. You will have a click here, you will
like that.
watch the video.
And then
What the video up to
also
the end,
this
you just look
100.
for this
The wall
mistake.
height should be
And you
100,
will not get it. And yet, as we work it,
just like that.
that's what we want to
Now I
achieve.
can
We want people
let's
to
see if
watch the video.
this can, this
And the
and
video,
this
the
one
right
can
knowledge. So for
intersect.
people to
So I'll
really
just
watch
use
the
the
video up to
intersect
the
tool
end,
to
actually,
intersect them, and
if
they're
you want to
perfectly intersected.
fix some of these things,
However, there
after
is a
giving
lot of gap
a
here. I
controversial
didn't know this one
type
was
of
standing
comment
outside.
in the introduction,
So I'll
you
have to
will
take
say
it
the
inside.
person is what
It
is
has to be on this
very
wall.
they
See
really
that?
want to find
So
out
I'll click on this,
this, and
and
they
then
will go up to
let me
the end
first
of
zoom.
nothing. So
Let me just click on
the idea
this
is
node.
you want people
Then
to
I'll
watch
come
your
to
video. It's not
drag.
about the
Then
information
I'll
you are
try and
giving them.
drag it
You want
on this
you
wall,
want people to watch them,
just like that.
but you want to give the right
So now I've
information.
dragged it. It is sitting on the wall. We can now intersect them again. I see it has lost its position. I'll bring it to 3 meters, just like that.
One of my
Then
videos
I'll
because
select
of
the
this
other one
kind
with the
of someone.
shift.
I mean,
Then
you
I'll
want
come to
title.
intersect. I want them to intersect like
it's
that.
controversial title
See
But
that?
then it
That's
was
what
like
we have.
copyright issue.
it was on thumbnail or
That's
Title.
what we get.
But it was a copyright issue. Call
And
I
I
said
wanted to have this
we
kind of
are
design
also
also up here.
window between
Now, instead of
us and
drawing it again,
if
I'll
you
just copy this.
if
I'll
you
control shift
don't
D.
do this,
From 3D
and
here, I'll just
if
drag
you
it.
buy a
Now we shall
genuine
fight with it from here.
window,
So just
you
pick
have these
it and
things.
put it there. Then we can pick this node And then we stretch this side. We make sure it sits perfectly here on the edge. Then the same thing we can do for this side. Pick that node. You make sure you are stretching this horizontal type there, just like that, just like that. So I believe we are almost getting done with this side of our building. We are almost getting done. And then of course we want to create a material for this side, a material that is good. So for this side, I think I'm going with the gray. Let me control T. Then I'll change from the model here. I'll click on that. I'm looking for the gray, which is the light gray. Okay. Now we can do the same for this. Control T. You come to the model. You look for light gray. It's light gray, just like that. However, it is making this one not to be properly seen, this design, but I don't know if you can see it well from here. Oh, let's see what else we can achieve here. For this middle part, right? For this middle part, now we have basically, let's see the colors we have. We have this light gray, and then we have this dark gray, and this white. Those are three colors, and I don't want to overuse colors. I don't want to use so many colors on a design. It's better we just go with these colors and try to achieve all the remaining things with these colors, because we already have this stone that is having a different color. So I'll change this one, this wall here, to gray as well. I think gray is going to become now our dominant color. Control T. We shall change that to light gray, and it is light, just like that. And then this middle part here, this middle part, I wanted to give it a brick or a tile texture, but I think I can also give it this stone. I really don't know if I should give it that stone, or I leave it white like this. But you have the privilege to change the colors and try to explore however much you can. You know, with the design, it can sometimes become a little bit tough when you are choosing colors. So you need to know the colors you want. I'm not happy with this window. I'm really not happy with this window because it is too small for this front part. So we shall select it. I've selected. I'll control T. And then I will change only the width. This window I will make it, let's try 2.5 and see. That's going to be really huge. So huge. Control T. Let's do it 2 meters, like that, or 2.2 maybe. Then we can move the position. We can just come to the ground floor. Since it has increased in terms of width, picking a window is a hassle. So now there we can move it, we can drag it. I'm just using the arrow keys on my keyboard to move it. Let it come here like that. Let's see what we have. Now I believe this one is quite better. Let's drag it again. Let's drag it again, so that it balances like this side, because we have a lot of designs here. So the window can cover us this part as a design as well. So when we come to the 3D, that's what we have. I think it is now sitting perfectly there. Okay. Now this slab is not sitting properly the way I want.
But
It is
Camilo,
this
yes,
one
yes.
here. I want it to cover. I
That's
want it to cover the outside parts of our walls. So I'll just
hey,
click on this node
this is
here.
the same game again. So I think
Then
this is
instead
like
of
the going to
coming to this add, I'll
so
just
it's
click
the
on
super
this
journey
add
so
to.
that way
That is going to
Camilo
add
and
for
that
all
good
the
way.
corners. So I'll just drag it and
The
put it in this corner like that. You see all the corners will
way
be
good.
expanded outside just like that. When you come to the 3D, you see that's what we get. Now it is covering up to the outside parts just like that. However, the front part will always have more. It will have more. It will have more. It will extrude more. Let me say that it will extrude more. So for that case, I'll click on this. Then instead of it expanding all around, I'll just come to this positive one. Then I can click there. Then I
I
create
think they're
something
dumping
here that is going
box.
to act like a balcony. It's not be too much really,
I
just
told that
around
they
there.
should start doing models.
Let's see what we get. So
Something like
we have
this.
something like that. See that? So that is enough as our veranda, so people can easily access the house from this side. See that? I believe we are now done with this front part. We have done a lot here, and basically this is just to show you what you can do with these different tools. And I've used the wall tool for all these facading. That's how you can do work in Archicad. In Archicad, wall tool is a powerful tool that can do for you a lot of things, and you'll be able to achieve all your facadings with the wall tool just like that. Now I am going to show you something because we have done the facading. However, we have not done it all round, but I want to leave the rest for you as an assignment. You can now decorate the remaining areas the way you want, because I want to show you something else. I want to show you how you can do the landscape of this house, or how you can create yeah, from the landscape of course you can create steps, things like that. So we shall completely do that in the ground floor. From here we shall draw a lot of lines. I'm going to select all these. I want to move it a little bit inside of this area, the elevation line. So I'll just control D to drag the whole project just like that. Put it there. Hope it has not disorganized our design. Cancel. Now it has disorganized us a lot. See what it has done? It has disorganized our design. So we shall control Z. So, oh, you can use this one here to undo it. Let's see. Go back to normal. That's how it is. Sometimes when you try to drag the whole project, you realize it is disorganized. However, we can just drag the elevations instead. I'll control D. I'll now move the elevation further behind so that we get enough space for our landscape. Control D. We shall just do a rough one so that you also know how to do landscape. So for you to do landscape, first of all, you need, let us come to the documents. We shall need it a lot now. This line tool here. Let's first draw something like a boundary. So I'll draw a boundary line like that. Something like that. So I'm going to select all of them, and then I'll just come to intersect, and they will all interlink like that. And then I can now use You can now use different line tools to create what you want to achieve. For now, I'll delete these lines away because they've already performed their task, so we don't need them. So I want to draw something circular here, just in front of the house. You first draw it like this. It will give you now the ability or the freedom to draw your circle, just like that. And then let's keep drawing. And then let's have what? Let's have this spline tool to draw a line that is going to act as our, I want to draw something like this, something like that, something like this. So there, this one will be like the entrance to our house. I'll draw another one here. You need to measure these things so that you give enough space, otherwise you might find yourself drawing things that cannot be achieved. Just like that. Of course, you make sure you link them up, okay? So this can come all the way to this. We can stretch it here. We can stretch it all the way to this part, just like that. And then I'm going to draw a straight line. Just use this line. I'll draw it from here. I want it to come and link up with this one here, just like that. And then I'll drag this one, drag this node, and make sure it comes all the way this side. They're supposed to also link with this one. I can pick this node and take it there and make them to interlink like that. So now I can select these two, just like that. I'll intersect. It's refusing, but we can just delete the excess with the control. You delete that, control, delete that. They will still intersect. So just like that. And then at this side, we can also do the same. I want this one to come and attach itself to this, maybe around there. So we shall select both. Then we delete the excess with control, delete, control, delete. Just like that. Now, when I click on this one, you see now we have created this part. However, we need to link them up here as well. So I'll create another line here, from here to there. And select it. I'll select now all of them, this and that. So this area we shall create, we shall use what? We shall use tile. We shall use tile to have our pavements. We shall use tiles for our pavements. Now you have the slab. You can use the slab and still change it to something else. And then when you come to the document, there is what we call mesh. Now this mesh is where you can create your grass, your land, your soil, all these ones you see here. It gives you the ability to draw the grass and the other things around. But what we have created for now is not for the grass, it is for the tiles. So I'll use the slab tool. After selecting the slab tool, I'll just come here, then hit my space bar on the keyboard, and it will return the cursor just like this, and all the lines will change to blue. Then I can just click there, it will place my slab. When I come to the 3D, you see that's what we get. However, it is sitting high up, but we can just take it. When you control T, you just take it to 0, just like that. You take it to 0. It will now perfectly sit there at level 0. then Control T again. Let's come to the model. Then here we change these ones to tiles. Tiles. Let's see that, and I'll link them up. Let's see what we get. So something like that. I don't think that is the tile I need. Tiles. I don't know if these ones are having the same. They look like floor tiles. They don't look like pavements. Now I've got them here. Pavement bricks. I think this one. Let's try it. Now I'm going to still keep looking for that pavement. Let's try that. This one is so dark. This is total darkness. Pavements. Let's go with this last one. If it is not okay, I guess this one is brick completely. We shall use the second one, but you can explore this. We shall use that and just go with this. So now this is our pavement, and it is the access to the house. Now this side here we shall create grass. This side here we shall create grass. How are we going to do that? We can make use of this line. Since it has worked for the pavements, now it will also work for our grass. Now we just need another line. We come to the document. Here you create another line here. The good thing, these are just now straight lines, no hassle. Create another one here, just like that. Now if I select this line, I select this line, and let me first select this one, that line, this one, and this one. Then I come to my design. I go to the mesh, like that. When I come and click here, it will place the mesh. Now when you go to the 3D, I'm not seeing it. So let's first try that again. I'll select this line. I'll select this and this. I'll come to the mesh. First of all, let's control it. Seeing here it is -200. Hope it has not placed it down. It's not there. So I'll Control T the mesh. Let it start from 0 anyways. Then for now, let's just leave it there. Let's see that. Generic, there's cut line, there's grass. Okay, we shall change a lot there later. Now I'll use my space, the space bar on the keyboard, just like that. I'll place it here. You see, it will place this thing, and you'll see the pattern here as grass. Now when you come to the 3D, you see you have placed the grass just like that, and it is perfectly sitting with our pavements. You see that? See how nice that is. However, it is covering this circle that we created. We created this circle for a purpose. Now for this circle, this is a planter. We're going to create something here. So I'll click on one node, and I want to stretch it like this. You see that? And then I want to duplicate one. I'll just Control Shift D. I'll duplicate that. Then I'll click on the node, and I want to radially reduce it, just like that. And then I'll make sure they are sitting, they are aligning well with this one here. Now if I click on the other one, if I select this one, I can now create something around here. So for that matter, I'm going to the slab tool. I'll try and use let's see what they'll give us. When we come to the 3D, we have that circle there. This circle, let's make it to sit on the ground, just 0. But the height, I'm going to make it 500. And then from 0, I see it is going downwards. Let's see, 1000. Still going downwards, so I'll try to increase it. I'll make it come out of the ground by saying let's say 200 from the ground, just like that. This was 500. Okay, so now I have that. I have this. We can control it. So I'll now it has given us that one, but we want to make the interior, this part here, we want to make it something else, right? We want to make it something else. So I'll come to, let's say, the mesh. I'll also click using my space bar. I'll click that. I come to the 3D and see what I get. It has, I think, created something, but it is this one. Let me try and select it. Okay, let me first click on this. Then when I click on that, if I want to angular stretch ellipse, let's select this just, and then you come to the slab, and then I will create another slab here, just like that. And then we shall select the slab, this one. We bring it down to 0. We take it to actually 300, just like that. And then we shall change the material. There. Let me just look for what. Let me first delete that. Come to the mesh. We click on that. Come to the 3D. I can't see where it is creating our. I think it has created it. Let me just select it here. Looks to be that one. See that? Let me try and bring it up to, let's say, 600. Now it is here. This is what I was looking for. Now I can control T, bring it to, let's say, 300, sitting there like that. So we shall use this part to create to plant something that we want. I can make this one white. Control T. I come to this part and make it white or brown or anything we want. Stock white, rough, all just like that. So that's how you can try and play with your landscape. Then we can also create this side as grass. I'll come to the document, the line tool. I just link up this to that. I link this to this. I make sure this and this intersect. Then I'll select that. I'll select this. I'll select this. Then I can come to my mesh. Mesh is in the design. Click on mesh. You use the space bar to fill in. It is called the magic wand. Just like that, it will fill your space with the grass. So here you have your grass here. See that? This is how you create a landscape in an Archicad. Now you can play around and create roads, all the tiles, the pavements, the way you want it to be. So you just use the line tool. The line tool, as I told you, is one of the most important tools in Archicad. So for example, here I just want to create a road here. Something like that, maybe. If you reach at the end and you want to stop, you can just double click and then come on control. You right click and shift cancel. So I can control shift D to drag a copy. I want this one to be 1 meter apart, or 1 point, let's say 1.5. Control shift D, 1.8 walkway. This will be a walkway. So I can do the same for other sides. Then I can control shift D, I bring it here, have another walkway there. And then of course you want to link it up. You come to the line tool, you draw a line here to link that one up. You draw another line here to link them up. So I'll select this. I'll also select this one, then this. I'll come to the slab. I'll use my spacebar to create that slab. When I come to my 3D, I'll have that slab. I'll scroll, I bring it to 0 so that it sits on the ground, just like that. We can do the same for this side. I think I can just now control shift drag instead of even doing the same again and again. So I'll try and put it there so that I can delete these other lines that I created before. So in the 3D, let me see what I have. It has taken the lines instead of what? Instead of the real slab. So I'll select the slab, control shift D, I'll just bring it here, just like that. Then in the 3D, that's what we shall get. Yep. So now I can also create grass around here. Come to the line tool in the documents. You can create a line here, then another line here, another line here to here. I hope this is a line. However, this line, we're in trouble because we have deleted our line. Oh God. Now let me try and find out how I can get this one back. I think the only choice or option we have here is to go back, just like that. We maintain this line here. We can let me just do this for all these sides, otherwise it will be causing for us problems. So I'll just come to slab in the design tool. I'll place it after selecting the space bar. Then we just bring it to 0 like that. You realize when you don't have the lines, it makes work really difficult. Now I can create the grass here, from here to here. Then this one can come from here to here. Then from here to here. Now I can select this. I can select that, then I can select this, then this. I'll come to the mesh in the design. I'll select the mesh with the space bar. I'll just click here and create that grass. See that? If you come to the 3D, that's what you get. See that? Yep. Now I can also do the same. I can come to the document, come to line. I'll draw a line from here. Let me first draw it. Let me leave some small gap here. I'll draw a line all the way to this part, then another line to connect here, another line to connect this. So I can select all of them, this, and this. So you come to the mesh in the document, in the design, with the space bar, you put your grass there. Come and see what you have done, and it is beautiful, not so? Just like that. So we can do the same for the other side. We just create lines. Document, make sure I close this. Come here, line here. Let me start here to there. And then there's another line here going all the way here. Then another line connecting this, just like that. Then I can now select the lines. Can select them just like that. Then you come to your design, you pick the mesh, you come to spacebar, you pour your grass there. Just like that. We can also do the same for the other sides. So I'll just come to the line tool. As usual, I'll click on the line tool. I'll draw another line. From here, I'll leave some space. Just like that. I'll draw a line here. I'll connect this one to this. Then I'll connect this one to this. I'll select all the lines just like this. Remember, if you want to select multiple things one after the other, use the shift key. We come to design. The mesh tool is here. We pour with the space bar. We just pour the grass there. So this is what we have. This is what we're doing. I want to change the color of this so that they can properly be seen. We shall change the surface to something white, maybe white. I will not link them. Just do that so that you can see it. So I'll come to this pick parameter. I'll pick this parameter. I'll inject it to this. I'll also pick the inject. I'll inject it to that, just like that. Now this is how you can create your landscape. You keep creating this to suit your desire, and create it all round, and your project will look really complete and beautiful. Now if you have trouble and you want to edit what you have already created, for example, now when I come to the ground floor, I see that this part here is too narrow. If I want to edit, I'll just select it. When I come to, you just click on any of the nodes here, then you come to this. You can say I want to reduce, so you can reduce it the way you want. For now, let me just do a straight, draw something straight like this. When I click that, it will cut off this part. And then there's this one here. I'll just now increase it. I'll click on the node. Instead of reduction, I'll increase. I'll click there. I'll just draw it like that. I want to make sure this one does not enter inside there. I'll say I want to reduce. Click there. Then I want to reduce from here. Going to top off. I don't know why this thing is still giving me. So I want to cut off this part. I want to do something here like that. This part has to go. Let me come to the 3D and see what we have. Now we have something like that. That means you can walk around here. You can also do the same for this side. You just go to your ground floor. You can also do those things in the 3D as well, but for me it always gives you more work when you do it from the 3D. Here it is a little bit easier. So you just click on the node. You should understand this thing. There's this one that creates changes all around on all the corners or the sides. This one you can add it to specific side. Here you subtract. So these are the major things or tools you'll use. So I can just create something here like that, delete that. I come to this, I say I want to add, click on the addition sign. I can add up like that, just like that. Now we have I can now delete these lines. Actually those other things are lines. They've already done their work. They are now free to leave. So now when you come to the 3D, that's what you get. See, now the road is a little bit clear for you to walk. From here you can walk direct to your house. From here you can walk, then you go and access the backyard. So this side we can create a garden, things like that. So that's how you can do this. Then if you want to there's let me see what else I can show you before we close this project, because we are almost done. So if you want to plant trees or you want to have things, for example, if I come to this, I can place, let me just place there, and then I come to the 3D. Let's see what we have. You see I have a plant here. See that? I have a plant here. I believe it is sitting up, so we can control the height. We say it has to, this is what, this one has to be 0. Let it sit down like that. Then I can duplicate. Control Shift D. Can now take here. Control Shift D can take here. Control Shift D can take here. Control Shift D I can take here. Now we have plants here. See that? Then these ones, now you just go to object and you search for whatever thing you want to have. Object here, still plant. Let me look for another one. A tree that is worthy. I guess I'll go with this. Then I want it to be here. So when I come to the 3D, that's what I'll get. You see that? That's the kind of tree I want for this part here. So that's how you can do these things. Let me bring it up by 200. Let me do it 300. 300 up. So just like that, you have we have done a landscape. We have put trees. We have flowers or planters. So basically, that is how you can achieve a project in Archicad. These are all the things you need to know to have a complete project. However, we have other things that we shall introduce in the next project, because I know you still have questions. For example, if you want to create something complex, for example, you want to create a profile that cannot easily be achieved with the wall tool, what else can you do? We have what we call complex profile. It is can I show you? It is this one here, this complex profile. When you want to create, for example, those classical designs, you use this complex profile. I believe we shall be able to create a video to show you how you can create complex profiles. In your next project, you should be able to use some of the complex profiles, because when someone asks you for a classical design, the only way to achieve that will be to use this complex profile, because with it you can create something unique and really complex. Then there are things like wall openings. There are things like shapes on wall that we have not done. We have really just created an easier facade. Of course, these days with the contemporary building, people don't want a lot of things on their house. So this is an easy one. But the next project, I'll be able to employ some of the things that we have not applied in this project. However, this is actually big enough for you to do a complete project, because we started everything from the scratch. And I am glad that you have continued up to this last part of this project. And if you started from part 1, congratulations. And I believe with this you can be able to hit your chest and say that I can design a house, a complete house in Archicad. And of course, as always, I will see you in the next project. For today and about this project, we are done. The rest you can continue and try to finish up some of the things, especially you can put more facade on the other sides, because I basically wanted to show you what you can do with the front side. So that is it from me. Thanks a lot for always being with us. Make sure you subscribe if you found this video very useful to you. I will see you again in the next project. Thank you.